Being up and running.
Is it okay that I'm like cross-legged up here?
Yeah, whatever is comfortable.
Okay, so I see there's 3 cameras. Last time I was here, there were 2.
Yes.
What is the difference? Obviously, this is the full shot. This is the social media.
That's only been exchanged.
Right. So this camera is only like from shoulders up because
Right.
people don't like
Otherwise,
things.
there's a problem.
Yeah.
This
We'll get
one
deleted.
is from belly button up, and that one is from basically the bottom of the chair up.
Okay.
And the reason we have 3 is when
All
we
right,
have
we can start.
You ready?
Mhm.
All right, let's start this. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Nudism.tv studio. My name is Eric, and it's time for another exciting episode of NTR Nudist Talk Radio. NTR is our famous segment where we bring in nudists from all over the world to share their life experiences and stories on how nudism has helped mold them and turn them into who they are today. And today I am joined by a very special set of guests. Currently with me is Bunny. Bunny, welcome to the Nudism.tv studio. It's a pleasure to have you and your family here. Welcome. How was your drive up?
It was pretty good. We did it in 2 days instead of 1, just to make it easier.
And so that everyone knows, you're from North Carolina.
Mhm.
What part?
Charlotte.
Charlotte?
Mhm.
Lived there your whole life?
Yes. Technically Concord, but it's right outside of Charlotte. I'm in Charlotte very frequently.
Yeah, it's like just a neighboring town.
Mhm.
Lovely. In case you don't know, nudism.tv, what we do is we strive to normalize nudity through dialogue and exposure. And by having you here and your family, a
Mhm.
nudist family, it's our first nudist family in our studio. We hope to learn a lot about what nudism means to you and how it's helped just to make you guys who you are today. So you drove up from Charlotte,
Mhm.
and on your way, were you guys chatting about any sort of, what is this going to be like? What did you know about nudism.tv before you actually made it here to our studio?
So I have a couple of friends who've been here already, Leor and Marcus, and my friend Rory, I think, is coming next week.
That's right.
So I've heard a little bit about what y'all are doing here, and that's why I was excited to come. When we were on the way, the first day we drove separately because my mom had an issue with her eye.
Oh, no.
And then we met up together in Charleston, West Virginia, which is about halfway here, and drove the rest of the way together yesterday. We were talking about what all we would want to go over today, and things that we weren't sure what was going to happen, and also just excited for this new experience together as a family.
No, it's amazing. It's a new experience for you. It's a new experience for us. And is mother okay with the eye? Everything's
Mhm.
good?
Yes.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, luckily her doctor was able to see her the same day and check everything out, and it's doing good.
What sort of things did you mentioned how you were thinking about the things you wanted to talk about and discuss. What are some of those things?
So things that are important to me to discuss are how nudity is just like a natural, normal part of life. I don't think any of us actually consider ourselves nudists. Nudity is just a normal thing, and it's never been like weird or taboo or scary in my family.
So could we argue that you consider yourself clothists?
No, not that
Because
either.
if nudity is is your natural state,
Mhm.
and then on occasion you have to put clothing on,
Mhm.
right? I was trying to make a joke. Listen, it's still early, right? You got to give me a pass. No, and a lot of people share that sentiment, right?
Mhm.
It's not like this. Okay, I'm getting into my nudist mindset. I'm going to now take off my clothes. Okay, I'm a nudist now. No, it's a way of life, and it's not as it's not like a switch that you have to flip.
Right.
And I think that's kind of the point you're trying to make.
Yeah.
But to a lot of people that are out there that have never done this before, that is a switch that they have to flip, and it's a very big, it's a heavy switch to flip. Not
Mhm.
everyone can just shed these inhibitions, get rid of their clothing, and just live freely. And it takes some getting used to.
Mhm.
When did you become a nudist, or when did you start living clothes free?
I don't know. Forever, I think. So when I was a kid, like before elementary school, my whole family, we would just take showers together because that's easier. And they had 2 little kids, me and my sister.
It saves water.
Yeah, and it was just no big deal. Once we got a little older, my dad was concerned that if we like offhand said something at school, that somebody would be concerned that we like saw our dad's penis or something, and think bad things were happening. So my dad kind of excused himself from the nudity part of family things for most of our childhood, just to be safe. He didn't want like child protective services called or anything because somebody was concerned that something that wasn't happening was happening. But yeah, it's yeah, I've walked around naked at the house forever.
Now, looking back at the fact that your father stepped away, right? Do you appreciate that he did that, or do you wish that he remained a part of those nudist experience or those naked gatherings?
um, I've uh, it's hard to say because I don't know what it would have been like if he didn't step away. But I imagine it might have been maybe more complicated to like talk to friends and people when I was younger about it. Just because a lot of people I think would assume like nefarious things. Uh, but it wouldn't have been a bad thing if he didn't step away. I mean, it's just bodies.
Now, so this was through elementary school. This is when he stepped away, and then he came back roughly when you were, what would this have been, high school time or beyond?
After high school.
After high school. Okay.
Yeah.
So during that time, it was yourself, it was your sibling, Gemini, and your mother.
Mhm.
Okay. Did you guys have any, friends or families that you knew well that also were nudists in the same way that you guys are?
Not to my knowledge. I did like in high school have I started photography when I was like 16, like more seriously. But I have some friends in high school. We were taking self portraits together outside naked in the backyard of one of my friends' houses. And their mom found out and got mad and made me delete all the photos.
Delete the photos, but surely you sent yourself a copy before.
No.
What year would have this been?
We were in high school, so we were definitely under 18, so it
Oh.
probably could have been considered like child pornography. But yeah.
Well, I guess she was just looking out. That makes sense. Now, so besides this one friend, where you were practicing your self-portraiture, it was just you and your sibling and your parents in this sort of naked oasis,
Mhm.
and you didn't have anyone else to share this experience with.
Not really, no, not growing up. Not till after I was out of school and started getting deeper into the like photography modeling community.
Okay. I feel like, I almost assumed prior to speaking with you, I assumed that there had to have been somebody else. It seems, and it's impressive, honestly. It's impressive that a family can do this on their own with no peers, right? It feels like this is something that would be, I don't know if easier is the word, but just more approachable if there were more people involved.
Mhm.
And it's amazing that it was just the family. just the bunny squad
Yeah.
for all those years, minus
Yeah.
dad so your father was absent from any sort of thing or just certain things?
So he was absent from him being nude during like family things. But it's not like he ran away if me or my sister got naked. It's like he just didn't get naked himself.
Okay. Now, going back to the topic of friends and that sort of thing, were you inviting friends over to your house when you were growing up?
Mhm.
And when you did that, did you have to shelve your natural state of nakedness?
Yes.
Is this something that you decided? Well, I mean, if you were young, then obviously the parents would have helped to make that decision for you.
Mhm.
But do you remember if there was any pushback? Did you say, "Well, why?" Or
Uh,
did you understand? Did you know?
I think, I mean, I understood that when I went out in public, like clothes needed to be on. And when I went and visited friends, like everybody was wearing clothes. So it was just, I knew that people, but I don't know, I didn't feel like it was this, big, huge thing that was put on us like, oh, you have to wear clothes all the time. Because I knew that I could be naked at home and it was no big deal. I did feel frustrated at how sexualized nudity is and how like objectified people are when they're nude. That's very frustrating to me. So just like knowing the environment around me, which is the United States, in the Bible Belt in North Carolina, especially.
Picked a fine place.
Yeah. So they're not necessarily very open to having people naked around. But I always knew that I had a safe space that I could come home and just be naked and be myself and not have to worry about people caring that I had no clothes on.
Right. And your sentiment is shared by nearly everyone that's been here, because being naked tends to be perceived as this sexual thing. Oh, clothes are off, it's time for something sexual. Well, no, that's not the case at all. My clothes are off, it's just time to continue living my life just without clothing.
Mhm.
And that's something that we're aiming to do. We bring guests like yourself and your family and others, Lior and Marcus and anyone else, and we hear their stories and we hear their experiences, and these then get, we hope to share them. And knowledge is power, right?
Mhm.
Awareness is power. And that's what we're trying to do, is we're trying to bring awareness to the fact that nudity is not sexual. It doesn't have to be sexual. Can it be? Sure. A lot of things can be sexual.
You can be sexual with a full like snowsuit on. You can have all of your clothes on. And be
You can have
sexual.
it could have nothing to do with anything regarding clothing or anything at all. I mean, it's and it's easy to pick on being naked. It's just easy to pick on. So that's why people do that.
Mhm.
But no, we agree with you, and we hope that others do the same as we continue to educate. Now, the Bible Belt. I actually lived in North Carolina for about a year
Okay.
back in 2005, and one of the things that prevented me from staying there was the fact that it was the Bible Belt. So you were born and raised near Charlotte.
Yeah. Born in Charlotte, lived there till I was 2, lived in Concord the rest of the time. And after I moved out of my parents' house, I was in various places around Charlotte. But yeah, born and raised in Charlotte, been there forever, basically.
Had the topic of moving to a less Bible Belty area, a place where, your nudity would be more accepted. Did that ever come up? Because this isn't just a person that's naked. This is a whole family. You guys are like sort of this nudist tribe, right? And you're this cohesive unit. And because of that, I feel like there would be more desire for you all to find a place where you could live and express yourselves more freely. Just express yourselves more freely, less Bible Belt, right? And then that wasn't really ever a big no big push to leave. You were all comfortable in Charlotte or near Charlotte.
I guess comfortable enough.
Sure.
Like my dad has been working at the same place for a very long time. And I think that was part of why we stayed where we are, and also because I know now I want to stay there, a sturdy foundation. Living in that same house now, and it's they've put a lot of work into it, and my dad doesn't want to leave. I would love to move to the mountains, just because I love being in nature in the mountains. And Asheville is a little more progressive than Charlotte, but I don't know if that's going to happen or not.
If you could rate the progressiveness of Charlotte 1 to 10, 10 being, the absolute pinnacle of progressiveness, and 1 being this draconian anti-progressive area, where would you put Charlotte based on your experiences?
Maybe somewhere between 5 and 7.
Okay, so
maybe.
moderately, just a moderate amount to even, going towards that progressive side.
Yeah.
And
that's
Asheville you would put at,
maybe 8 or 9.
okay, lovely. Would you want to live in a 10?
Ideally, yeah, that would be super great.
Where is a 10? Tell me about some of your 10s.
Maybe at Burns, so for like maybe that's more of a limited amount of time. But the only time I've ever experienced anything like a 10 would be at like Burns and things like that.
What is Burns?
So like mini Burning Man.
Oh,
Kind of
Burning
like
Man.
Burning Man, but
Mm,
like
mm.
I've been to a couple in Virginia that are a smaller version of Burning Man, called Ignite, and that's an incredible experience. I was able to be naked the whole time, basically. There are other people walking around nude or in costumes or whatever. It's a much more open, progressive kind of space.
But that's, those are, like you said, those are temporary. That's just a gathering, sort of like a convention, a meeting place, and then everyone disperses to their normal lives. But, are there, and I know Leor, and whereabouts does Leor live?
They live in Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania, that's right. Would Pennsylvania be a place that you'd want to go to?
I don't
Are there-
know.
No. Are there any places that you know of from your friends that are also nudists that you would want to live?
I think in New York City you can be topless without being in trouble.
Yep, you can be topless, wandering around millions of people. Absolutely.
Yeah.
A lot of, in fact, most of our guests are from New York.
I'm not a city person. I don't want to be in that. Like, I would miss trees too much.
Yeah, New York is the city is lacking that,
Mhm.
with the exception of a few parks, and of course Central Park is a massive park, but
Yeah.
it is a concrete jungle,
Mhm.
and sproutlings need the sunshine and the openness to grow and
Mhm.
flourish,
And other trees around.
and other trees around. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, can I talk about your website?
Sure.
So I understand that you have a website. It's bunnyluna.com.
Mhm.
And I'm just reading here. The about section begins with, Bunny Luna is a queer, agender, ecosexual witch. Tell me, please, what does ecosexual mean?
So
I purposefully did not do any research on that because I wanted to hear from you what that means, because you would be the person that would explain it best as opposed to someone.
Mhm.
I didn't want to get the wrong information. So what does ecosexual mean?
The simple, like, short version of ecosexual is someone who sees the earth as a lover or a partner instead of as a resource to exploit.
Okay. And when did you realize, or how did you discover that you were, you felt this way about the land and the earth?
I would say I've always felt that way. I just didn't always have a word to describe it. It was maybe 2016 or 2017 when I read this essay by Charles Eisenstein called The Ecosexual Awakening. And a lot of what he said in there really resonated with me. And then that's where I learned the word ecosexual. And I was like, wow, okay, this really fits me better than anything else.
Okay. So, and can you repeat that one more time? Your definition or your of an ecosexual. It's not someone who uses the earth exploited for its resources, but
You see it as a lover or a partner.
okay. I feel like a lot of people could consider themselves ecosexual because it seems like it's just, and I may not be understanding it or may not really fully know, but how How, tell me please, how is someone who is ecosexual different than someone that is passionate about, the planet and very environmentally aware and just, trying to, living a green lifestyle? How are those two different, or are they not different?
I'd say they could be different, but also maybe the same. I think it might depend on the individual person, and maybe their mindset. I would imagine some people that are into like environmental protection and things are doing it maybe for like a individual protection and like, I want to keep living, so I need to have a place to live, which is the planet. So people that are thinking more about themselves in that way might not consider themselves ecosexual, but people who, like, for instance, me, I am turning myself into a tree as much as I can. But like people like me who are in love with trees, and I get super excited finding mushrooms. I'm like hiking in the forest and seeing the world in a way that's like seeing a being that's outside of yourself, that is a part of you that you love. Seeing the world and the earth and other beings that are non-human in that way, people might also consider themselves ecosexual if they have that kind of mindset.
I feel as though there are probably more people in this world that fit that than one might think.
Mhm.
I think that a lot of people may share that, and just like you said, they just don't know that there's necessarily a better word for it. Some people may slink something like, well, I was trying to think of it. There's like this adjacency with being a hippie or this tree hugger or that sort of thing, but it's just loving being in nature, finding yourself at peace, a calmness, a serenity when you're surrounded by nature, surrounded by trees, and in a field or a garden, or just always wanting to be there. And that's those are. Why don't you tell us what are some things that you do to tap into this ecosexuality?
Mhm.
What are some things that you do, or things that you practice, or ways that you remain active?
I am outside as much as possible. I am outside nude as much as possible. I feel like I can connect with everything else. I can connect with the earth and myself in a deeper way when I'm nude. I feel like clothes kind of numb the sensations. Like my body gets used to the feeling of the clothes, so then I don't feel anything else. But the places where I don't have clothes on, or when I'm nude, I'm able to feel the sensations of like the breeze on my skin, or my feet on the earth, or like brushing up against leaves or things like that. To go deeper into like the sexuality part of it, because I feel like that might be confusing for some people, because with the definition of ecosexuals, seeing the earth as a lover or a partner instead of a resource to exploit, they're like, well, how does sex go into that? I have a really expansive definition of sex. For me, sex is consensual, intentional pleasure. So that could be laying in the grass, watching the clouds, feeling the breeze on my skin, smelling the flowers. It could be like diving into like a pool underneath a waterfall. Like those are very pleasurable things for me. And that's like I'm connecting with the earth in a pleasurable way. And also I'm like sharing my energy with the earth in that way too. So it's not just, oh, I'm taking from the earth. These things feel good, so I'm like taking it. I want to have a reciprocal relationship with the earth, where I give to the earth and the earth is always providing for me. So I want to give something back.
Do you need to be naked? You mentioned diving into a pool under a waterfall, or being out in the field. Do you need to be naked in order for this ecosexuality to exist, or can it happen clothed?
It can happen clothed. I just experience it in a deeper, more pleasurable way when I'm naked.
Okay. And then your definition of sex was a continuous consensual activity, I believe you mentioned, or where for pleasure, sake of pleasure, right?
Yeah, consensual, intentional pleasure.
Consensual, intentional pleasure.
Mm-hmm.
So explain to me in what way consent is two-way. How is the how do you interpret consent from the earth?
So that is a little bit harder to describe, I think. For me, the way that I can receive consent from the earth is through becoming quiet and paying attention. So, for instance, maybe not with the earth as a whole, but like if I want to spend some time with a tree, I can stand with the tree and take a few breaths and close my eyes and like see if I feel anything from the tree. If I like receive any flashes of information, if I hear anything, I feel like you can usually get a sense for the receptivity of a being that's non-human, even if you can't like directly communicate with them. Maybe something will come up that will indicate that like, hey, I'm not interested. Like if a flower doesn't want to be picked, maybe I'll like just get a sense of, okay, I need to maybe leave this one to, leave it on its own, let it do its thing. Or maybe there will be some kind of indication like something might be broken, something might, it's usually a feeling, but you can't just like run up on something and then just take what you want. You have to kind of spend time with it first and get a sense for the energy of the whatever being is around you that you're trying to get consent from.
Thank you for delving into that, Bunny, because that was definitely going to be my next question is give me a situation where consent was not provided or you didn't perceive, you weren't feeling that consent in order to proceed yourself. And I feel like I've heard from other people, other guests that we've had on the show, a similar passion for being around the earth, but no one's ever used the term ecosexual. So to me, much like you said, it's a feeling that you've always had. It's a feeling I think many people share, many people that are watching here at Nudism.tv, people are watching this and realizing, wait, I also am an ecosexual. Let me Google ecosexual and see what's going on. Is there, you mentioned in 2016 or 2017, you mentioned a book.
An essay
An
online.
essay. Can you repeat the name or the author?
Sure. Charles Eisenstein wrote it, and it's called The Ecosexual Awakening. Other things that I would recommend for people who want to look into ecosexuality, Robin Wall Kimmerer is a Native American person who writes incredible books. I'm currently reading Braiding Sweetgrass, and she doesn't like specifically say ecosexuality in her book, but the like messages and the like information that she brings across is definitely ecosexual in my opinion. She also has an essay online called Returning the Gift. I don't think she specifically says ecosexual, but it's about reciprocity with the earth. And I also have a YouTube channel, and I have a whole series of like videos on ecosexuality and other topics. So I have like a ecosexuality and gender, ecosexuality and attraction, ecosexuality and sex, ecosexuality and spirituality. So I have a bunch of different videos on YouTube that are specifically about ecosexuality and other topics related to it.
And if you don't mind sharing with us, what is your YouTube handle?
Bunny Luna.
Bunny Luna, BUNNYLUNA. Lovely. Thank you. So we always want to give our guests a shout out in any way we can.
Thanks.
And it's clear that this point of this topic of ecosexuality is very near and dear to you and an important one that you're very passionate about.
Yeah.
Though it looks like you're passionate about a lot of things.
Yeah.
And it's a shame that we only have so much time to delve into it because your family's here with you and we're going to bring your sibling Gemini Fox in here next. And then Gemini will have a seat and we'll bring in Willow, your mother, and then your father afterwards. And then eventually at the very end, we'll chat with just the two of the parents. And, we did chat with your dad and mom just before our live interviews, and they both seem like wild, interesting people. I cannot wait. Honestly, I can't wait to talk to all of you.
They're awesome.
They are awesome. Going back to your about, just one more word that I'd like to talk about. And you did bold this. You bolded ecosexual, but you also bolded witch. Tell me about witch.
So I think witch has kind of gotten a bad rap over time with patriarchy and like sexism in general, which is like historically have usually been women, or maybe gender nonconforming people potentially in the past that didn't have those kinds of terms. And they typically, like throughout history, have been like herbalists, medicine people who are really connected with the land. And I've been threatening to the like patriarchal and religious overtones of the time. So to me, a witch is someone who is connected to the earth and the cycles of the earth. Usually, witches are connected with the moon and paying attention to the moon and maybe doing rituals around the cycles of the moon. There's a thousand ways to be a witch. But for me, it's definitely connected with the earth and the cycles and the seasons and kind of releasing the maybe traditional modern like holidays and things like that, and focusing more on like, okay, so we're in spring, everything's starting to grow, kind of using the energy of the earth and where we are in the cycles. So energy, everything's starting to grow, so we might want to start things in the summer. We're like in full swing, very busy. In the fall, we're starting to slow down, maybe like harvesting whatever it is that we've been creating that maybe we started in the spring. The winter is a time to like slow down a lot, maybe rest a lot, rejuvenate yourself, get ready for spring. So just connected to the seasons, connected to the earth, and usually rituals involved in some way.
It seems as though witch is a kind of like a broad term for a lot of things. Like you said, there's 1,000 ways to be a witch. And you mentioned a strong, presence with rituals. Is there any ritual that you have as a witch? Are there any rituals that you'd like to share? Maybe like your if there's a favorite ritual or one that is the most meaningful to you?
There are a few that I do every day that may not seem like a very big deal, but to me, when you are able to be intentional with yourself and have it as a consistent practice, even if it's like 5 minutes a day, it's a way to connect with yourself. So I personally, I journal in the morning and at night. I write down like the major things that happened in my day and the major, like the overall, like how I feel during the day. And then whatever comes to mind that I want to write about, I'll usually write about my dreams in the morning, like right when I wake up. I also have some potions that I ingest every day, which are various herbs and mushroom tinctures. I'll usually say like I guess I would call them affirmations. I usually say affirmations and like gratitude for the beings that created the tinctures and that are a part of the tinctures, that I'm like having them become a part of me. And I also do an energy practice every day that I think we'll probably be doing as a segment later on with my mom and maybe my whole family. I'm not sure if they'll.
Can't wait. So, to me, it seems as though much like being ecosexual or feeling, having that sort of that lifestyle direction, it's, being a witch, being ecosexual, these are, you could argue that a lot of people are those things. They just may not realize it.
Mm-hmm.
Could you offer some sort of reason as to why someone that shares your, and your passion or your interest for this connectedness and this sort of intentional, purposeful connectedness to themselves, why they would not want to? Well, I'm not a witch. Is there? Can you think of any reason why someone may not want to consider themselves or label themselves a witch, even though the things they do are, witchy in nature?
Mm-hmm. I mean, everyone I think consent is important. So I feel like if you don't want a label to be put on you, then that's enough of a reason to not use that label. So I also think you don't necessarily have to have a word or a label in order for something to be meaningful for you. So if you do things that I say are witchy, but they're just a part of your life and you don't want to say that you're a witch, like that's totally okay. I mean, it's just all personal preference. So I don't want to ever force anyone into something that they don't want.
Right. And I ask because it's, there's a line has to be drawn for everyone, right? Everyone draws their own lines, and sometimes people draw lines for others, and that's a whole other debate. But, on the topic of whether you're a witch, you could be doing a lot of things that you might define as being, activities that make you a witch. I don't know, is witchcraft the right word? Is that fine?
Mhm.
So yeah, but someone else thought never crossed their mind. Maybe they are a gardener or an avid gardener, and they mix herbs together and they make these sort of drinks or juices. Well, you make potions.
Mhm.
It's like in the eye of the beholder almost.
Yeah.
But you're absolutely right. Consent is important. It's just interesting, right? A lot of, especially with ecosexual, it seems like it's a very common. It seems to me as though a lot of people would share that sort of interest and passion for the earth. I'm not sitting here trying to exploit the earth, right? I'm not like, oh, that's. But I probably wouldn't. I don't know. I'm just trying to understand from this point of view. It's just like you discovered. Oh, I've felt this way my whole life, and only now I discovered there's a term for it.
Mhm.
And I was reading that essay or reading other books that helped educate you on that. I think it's very interesting. You mentioned when you were in high school that you were practicing self-portrait,
Mhm.
right? You were taking those pictures. How did you decide to even get into that? Why did you decide that let's do this? How did that become your hobby?
So I was always interested in taking photos. I think my parents told me when I was maybe 2 or 3, they were like they had us standing in the living room, and my dad was going to take a picture of us because family pictures are a great thing to have. And I was like, I want a picture, or no, I said I want a smile because I thought because when you point a camera at someone, you tell them to smile and you take the picture. So I thought that's how I was trying to describe that I wanted to take the photo. But once I figured that out, they let me take the photo, even though it was like, I don't know, this tall. I was a tiny kid. So I've always been interested in taking photos. And then I would borrow my parents' cameras when I was a kid and take photos of stuff around the neighborhood or myself or my sister, or whatever. And when I was 16, my parents got me like a DSLR. They got me my own fancy camera. And that was the start of my photography, everything basically.
Thank you, Mom and Dad.
Yeah. So I was my own most willing subject. So it was natural that I would just get in front of the camera also. And everything just bloomed from there.
That's lovely. That's and so then you spoke to your friend, you guys took pictures, and what's happened since? What are you doing recently as far as self-portraiture?
So actually 3 days ago, whatever day the 23rd was, however long ago that was, I taught a workshop about self-portraiture for the Light Factory in Charlotte, which is a photography space. They do workshops and teach classes, and they have a gallery and they have a studio. It's like the photo hub of Charlotte, basically. And I taught a self-portraiture workshop for them a couple days ago, which was super fun.
Was that your first time doing that?
For them, yes.
But you've done it elsewhere.
In other forms, yeah, with Going Beyond the Lens, which I think Lior might have talked about a little bit. Me and Lior and my friend Rory, who I think you're going to interview next week, we're the co-founders of Going Beyond the Lens, which is a creative community space. We've started in May of 2020, and we wanted to have some way to have creative people come together during the pandemic. So we did a bunch of online events. We're pausing them for the next couple of months, but we're going to start back up in 2022. But we teach all kinds of like workshops and have a lot of discussions through the community there. And I've also hosted nude gatherings like on my own for photo reasons and also just online to have a place for people to be naked together in a non-sexual context.
You do. I remember reading that you bill yourself as a nude gatherer.
Mhm.
So nude gatherer, that means you go out of your way to bring these like-minded individuals together
Mhm.
to offer, like you said, a place to grow, to share experience, to this safe space where everyone could be naked with his consent
Yes.
and not feel subject to these things that you mentioned. For example, naked equals sex. This is a place where everyone knows that that is in fact not the case.
Right.
No, it's important. And circling back to your recent workshop in Charlotte, this was what made this so special?
Because it was for the Light Factory. I had like dreamed of having my work in their gallery when I was a teenager, like back in high school. And then just having the opportunity to teach for them was like a dream come true. It was very fun. I had a really great time. Got to know like the director and the director of education at the Light Factory. They took the workshop with me and the students.
How big was that class? How many students were there for that?
It was a small group, which I'm actually thankful for, because if it was too big, it probably would have been overwhelming to me. We had 3 students, and then the 2 directors also took it. So there are technically 5.
Are there plans for additional segments? Will this become somewhat routine in any way? Will you be coming back?
They did say they'd like me to teach more workshops. This one that I just taught was at a public park, so we had to be clothed. But I would like to, in the future, do something at a private space so that we can have nudity involved.
Now that you mention that, one thing I do want to circle back to also, you mentioned that you like being naked outdoors as much as possible.
Yes.
So in Charlotte, in this 5 to 7 out of 10, as far as progressiveness goes, where are you finding opportunities to be outdoors?
At my house.
Do you have a lot of land at home?
We have a nice fenced-in backyard that's pretty private.
Okay. So the majority of your outdoor nudism takes place in your own backyard.
Mm-hmm.
And this is your family home.
Yes.
You don't live with your parents, though.
I do
Oh,
actually.
you live with your parents.
I lived out away from my parents for about 9 years, but in the winter of 2019, I moved back in after getting separated from my now ex-husband. It helped a lot to have a space to come back to, and it's been really great. And the rent is really cheap, and my parents and I obviously get along really well, so I don't really see any reason to leave. I also travel a lot, and I don't want the commitment of having my own space, so it's like
it's perfect.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Yeah, it's nice to be able to just kind of up and go and know that you have a place to come back to, and not just any place. It's your childhood home.
Yes.
How wonderful.
Yes.
Does your sibling live in this house as well?
She doesn't. She lives with her partner, boyfriend, friend, person. I'm not sure what she calls him, like label wise, but she lives with him in Salisbury, which is like 30 to 40 minutes away.
And do they find themselves at the family homestead often?
Yeah, pretty often. Yeah, we hang out occasionally. She works in Charlotte, which is between where she lives and like our home is in Concord. She works in Charlotte. So it's like Charlotte, Concord, Salisbury. So she passes by on the way to work. And so sometimes she'll drop off her pit bull to be dog sat with us. Yeah.
What's Pitty's name?
Eliza.
Eliza.
It's so cute because Gemini has red hair, her partner has red hair, and Eliza is like orange-red color. So it's like a whole red hair family. It's really adorable.
That sounds adorable. I want to see a picture of Eliza at some point. And on the topic of your sibling, Gemini, we're going to take a break. And when we come back, we'll have Gemini in our interview studio alongside with you.
Yay.
And we will have some sibling, a little sibling interview. And that'll be our next segment.
Yes.
We look forward to it.
Me too.
And we'll be right back. talked a little bit about your experiences growing up together in essentially a fully nudist household, a very unique and wonderful experience. And Gemini, it's nice to have you here, and I'd like to talk to you a little bit about your experiences growing up with Bunny, how you discovered that living clothes free was right for you. So what can you remember as far as some of your first or earlier nudist experiences?
I remember we used to do like family showers together. Have you guys talked about that?
A little bit, yeah.
I mean, I remember that as my first big like nudist experience with my family, and it was natural. And that's about probably my earliest.
And I know that there was your father had to step away at some point in time, as it was just you and your sibling and mother,
Mm-hmm.
and that makes sense. Bunny explained why that had to happen. Outside of the family showers, what else do you recall, either from childhood or even into adulthood, some of these fond nudist memories?
I'm pretty sure that we skipped through the house singing "Let's Go Fly a Kite" nude, and that was fun.
Probably.
When we were younger, like us and our mom, we would like, I don't know why or how, but I just remember skipping through the house just really happy and excited, and we would sing "Let's Go Fly a Kite" from, what is that? I don't even know what
I
it's
don't know what
from.
it's
Isn't that Mary
But
Poppins?
I think
Maybe,
so.
probably.
Yeah.
It's Mary Poppins.
So I just remember that, and it was just a freeing experience and really fun. It just brought back good, like, happy memories.
That's it's everyone's got to have something to frolic and sing about or jump for, and being naked's a good one.
Yeah.
And I explained this to Bunny earlier, but what we're doing here with nudism.tv is we're bringing people in, real, authentic naturists and people that live clothes free. And we're just listening to their experiences. And we want them to share their stories with the greater nudist community. That's something that we're hoping to reach, right? We're filming and then we're getting this information. We're finding out about you guys. And we want to spread awareness. It's all about awareness and education and information. Tell me a little bit about yourself. Tell us a little bit about your life and what makes you, Gemini.
So I am a budding entrepreneur. I just started a business, and I'm a farmer florist. And me and my partner just moved to 1.2 acres out in the country. And I'm going to start farming and growing flowers and getting into the wedding and design space and just vending at the local farmers market. That's really taken up all of my free time outside of my like 9-to-5 job. And that's really all that I'm about.
So if you don't mind me asking, what is your 9-to-5? What do you do?
I work basically in finance, dealing with student loans, and it's not the most fun. There's a lot of stress and a lot of I hate talking about getting people into debt. It's not a fun career path, and it's something that I want to shift away from, just out of like higher education, basically out of that space. I've been doing it for about 6 years, and I'm ready to transition.
Right, but and it's not your forever home, right?
Definitely,
It seems like your interest in sort of this a floral farmer florist life is really where you want to be.
Yeah.
And so you got to make some money somehow just to get your foot on the ground, and then you can turn that ground into a nice floral bed.
Yeah.
Just thought of that one.
Yeah.
Wasn't the best one, but we'll get there. What is being a farmer florist all about?
I mean, it's just being in tune with nature. You have to know your climate, your agricultural zone. You have to know how your soil is doing and what kind of nutrients it has and how to adjust that appropriately so you can grow certain types of flowers. So that's what I've been doing a lot of, like, reading and studying on the past 4 or 5 years. I put a lot of time and energy into it, and I'm really excited to launch this business. Like, I'm official this month. I got everything registered with our state and my county, and I will be able to start vending and selling next spring.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
where will you be? Where's this plot of land of yours going to be, and how big is it?
So I live in Salisbury, and it's out in the country. There's a lot of farmland around me. Like across the field is a big like cornfield. We pass a lot of acres of just property that's used to farm different products. So we live on 1.2 acres, and the plot of land that I am farming is, I want to say it's probably 2,500 square feet. Like it's a decent size, about a quarter of an acre. It's what I want to start with, and I may eventually expand into other areas of our property, but I just want to start somewhat small and then grow as my business grows, because I don't want to farm all these flowers and not have anywhere to sell them. So I'm going to focus on a small plot, and then I will eventually grow.
What do you have planned for your first season of flowers, or what are you planning on planting in the beginning?
Lots of sunflowers, dahlias, doing lots of different types of basil for my greenery, just stuff that easily grows in my agriculture zone, which is 7B.
7B, what is that?
So zone 7B, it's part of North Carolina. Like it kind of splits between 7B and 7A, depending on where you are in the region. And we grow in the Piedmont. So we have a lot of clay soil, which is really hard to work with. So I have to do a lot of soil amendments and a lot of soil testing. And I learned how to soil test on my own. That's something we just finished a couple weeks ago on our property. So now I know what kind of nutrients my soil needs, and then I'll be able to do amendments, adjust it so that I can grow flowers direct in ground as opposed to doing raised beds or containers.
Do you have a name for this business?
Yes, Woodland Spirit Flowers.
Woodland Spirit Flowers?
Mm-hmm.
Is there a website already set up?
Not yet. It's in the making. I don't have any photos of my own just now, so I don't want to start my website until I have my own photos to share.
And that wouldn't be until things are already underway, and,
Yeah.
and so that makes sense.
Yeah.
It makes complete sense. It's just a challenge of a new business. Well, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Sounds, not only does it sound interesting, but you're clearly passionate about this.
Yeah.
You know what's going on.
Yeah.
And wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Are there any have you thought of any ways to combine your love of being naked with your love of this farmer florist?
Definitely.
And what have you drummed up?
So my dream, I used to live more in the city, and I had a very small house, very small lot, and my neighbors could see into my property. And my dream was always to garden naked. Like that is what I want to do. I want to be one with my flowers. I sing to them. I like do all sorts of special things. I make them tea. Like I love my flowers so much. And so I want to be able to like be in tune with that and be able to garden naked and dance in my flower fields and do all of that kind of creative stuff. And I would love to kind of do like a joint venture with Bunny and a lot of their connections in the modeling and photography world, and be able to bring that into my garden space, to be able to have people to come out and be naked with me and frolic amongst the flowers and do all of that creative like outlet, give them inspiration. I want to use my flowers in photo shoots and like a lot of like nudist kind of art and design. So that's kind of the space that I want to eventually branch out into with my business. It would definitely be a part of my revenue stream, a part of like just a big part of my life. So.
And that's important, right? If and like we had discussed, Bunny, if you're going to be naked and you're going to be with others that want to live clothes free, it's important to be in a safe space. It's important to be in a place where you have that option.
Mm-hmm.
Farmland, Salisbury seems like a perfect spot.
Yeah.
You have privacy,
mm-hmm.
and you have your own land, a large chunk of land too.
Yeah.
So that's lovely. I hope that can happen, and hopefully you'll be able to bring, do some more self-portraiture on the Gemini floral farmstead.
Yeah.
Tell me about life growing up together.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you share something first, Gemini, and then Bunny, we'll bring it to you.
I mean, I feel like we had a very different relationship than other like people and siblings like in school. We were a lot closer. We didn't necessarily fight or have those like big blowout arguments that our other friends would have with their siblings and family. And I feel like we were a lot closer for a very long time until we kind of moved out of our parents' house and kind of started our own separate lives and getting into our own little adventures.
And how long ago was that?
I think I moved out.
It was shortly after I concluded high school, which was in 2010. I feel like it was a couple years after that we were leaving the nest and kind of getting our own footing and our own life spaces. And
So that was maybe like 10 years ago ish.
roughly, yeah.
And you, if you don't mind me asking, how far apart are you guys in age?
18 months.
18 months. Okay.
Mhm.
So you guys were grade apart.
Yeah,
Grade
basically.
apart, basically. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's, I mean, that's important, right? It's you guys were one. Which of you is the older one?
Me.
Do you rub that in their face often?
Not really.
When we were younger, a little bit.
How would they do that?
Until I got into puberty, Bunny was taller than me and more social, had more friends, like more gatherings and stuff. So a little bit you did. I don't think you did it maliciously at all.
Yeah.
It was just a thing, like sibling rivalry. That's about as rivalrous as we got.
We
Like you
share
said,
a
it
lot of
seems pretty
friends, too.
calm.
Yeah.
You guys
Yeah.
are pretty,
Yeah.
friendly with each other in that
Yeah, we've
regard.
always been pretty chill and like we have kind of the same vibe and we like a lot of the same things. So there wasn't a lot of conflict that we could really have.
Unless I wanted to like put my feet near you or something.
Yeah, that
not
was a big issue.
not into her feet.
No,
or
no.
their feet,
I have
Gemini's
like
not into
it's
feet in
what is it?
general.
Podophobia.
Oh.
I don't like feet. I don't like them touching me. I don't want any part of any of the feet things.
All right. Well,
That's
we'll
cool.
leave the feet out of it there
Yeah.
Yeah.
for everyone's sake. It's so that was besides that, what else separates you from Bunny?
I'm more involved in like the kink space, that kind of community. We also refer to it as the lifestyle, and Bunny is not as immersed in that as I am. And that's where like my passion for like consent and understanding boundaries comes from, whereas theirs comes from other aspects
Yeah,
of your
like
life.
photography,
Photography and
modeling,
modeling and stuff.
events with other people.
Has there been any discussion about combining the two, bringing your talent of photography and capturing beauty into your passion, these kink spaces? Has that either happened or could it happen?
Well,
I've taken photos of you before.
Yeah, we've done some photo shoots together. The one that I remember the most is the cherry juice
We
one. I
made a
loved that
big
one.
mess.
Yeah, it was fun.
Tell our viewers at nudism.tv about what this cherry event
So
really
we just
was.
got cherries from the market, just natural cherries that have the pits in them, and they have obviously a lot of juice, and it's really like deep red and pretty. And we did this photo shoot where I was just eating them and just letting the cherry juice just drip down and just do what it was going to do. And we just took some really cool angled photos and did that. And it was the first time that I liked a photo of me. Like I almost cried when they showed me the pictures because I didn't believe it was me. I was like, oh my God, that's gorgeous. And I can't, like, that's not me. That's me. That's not me. It was a big like revelation. I had lost a lot of weight right like before that shoot. And so it was eye-opening. I got to see myself from a different perspective instead of just being in my body and feeling my fat ghost on me. Because like your mind takes a long time to catch up with the fact that you lost over 100 pounds and like your body did it, but then your mind is like, we didn't do it yet. We're still in this fat body, but we're not. And so being able to see that after that shoot was really eye-opening and helped me kind of adjust my mindset to what my body had done over the past year.
And how long ago was that?
Oh, it was a couple years ago. I want to
Maybe
say like
2017,
I'm thinking
2018.
2017. Yeah.
Since then, have you been involved in any more photo shoots?
Have I? I don't think so. We did a
We
few
did-
things in Texas.
Yeah, we
when
did some
were on
like
a family trip.
self-portraits together.
Yeah, I think we don't do as much as we like since our lives are so separate, our schedules are completely opposite. So we don't get as much sibling time as we used to,
Yeah.
just because of the way things work out.
I lived with Gemini for a couple years before I moved back in with my parents.
It wasn't a
and
couple of years. You only lived
was-
with me. You
I
lived
thought
with
it
me
was
for
like-
less than a year.
I thought it was a year. It was at least a year and a half. I thought. I don't know.
Maybe.
Time is weird. It doesn't
Time
make
is
sense.
yeah.
Who came up with time anyways?
I don't know.
Some punk invented it, and I think they could have done a better job.
Yeah.
I don't think we did a lot of photo shoots there. Like our lives
Mhm.
were very still, even though we lived together, we didn't see each other as often.
'Cause
Like
you were at work a lot.
I was at work a lot.
I was traveling a lot.
And I also traveled at the time. So it was like we were together, but completely apart.
But now it seems like things are slowing down for you. At least they're gonna shift into a more calm and a more natural state, right? Once you have this business going and you're not working
Yeah.
for this, this mill, essentially, this
Yeah.
9 to 5 mill. It'll be
Yeah.
it'll be a peaceful, and the type of thing that you're going to be doing is not going to be constrained by 9 and 5. It's
Exactly.
whenever you have this passion, desire,
Yeah.
you're gonna walk out in the morning. You're gonna see the morning dew, see how it's lays on all of the whatever it is you're growing at the time, and then maybe you go out in the middle of the night, see how the moonlight dances across your farmland, right?
Yeah, I would definitely have freedom over my own schedule, which is something that I have always wanted. I hate being like, I refer to it as being chained to a desk because I answer phones all day, I respond to emails. And so I have to be focused on electronics and I have to be focused on time management. And time management would obviously be important in my business, but it would be a lot different. I can structure it how I want to. And if I'm having an off day, I don't necessarily have to do anything. 'Cause for the most part, the plants that I'm going to grow, since they're for my zone, like I won't have to tend to them 24/7. I just have to check on things, make sure things are good. I don't have any bug infestations. And then I can go about my day and do other things.
The freedom is going to be so liberating. I'm excited for you.
Yes.
I think it's going to be fantastic, shifting from a 9 to 5 to something that is just so open-ended and truly your own.
Yeah.
That's, again, congratulations.
Thank you.
And when I say things slowing down, that's kind of what I mean. It's now that you can take things as easy as you'd like,
Yeah.
and maybe there'll be more opportunities for the two of you to reconnect
Mhm.
and spend more time together, and maybe use your latent knowledge and whatever you've learned recently to bring about new photo shoots, new ideas.
Mhm. Mhm.
I've already told her she has like a built-in photographer with me.
Yeah,
So
I'm
when she
excited about
is ready
that.
to get the photos for her website, then I'll just come over and
Yeah.
take photos.
I think you guys
and-
have a wonderful thing going on.
Yeah.
I'm excited for you both.
We were talking on the way up here. There is a photo shoot specifically that I have in mind that I want to do at some point once I have a nice production going in a garden that people can immerse themselves in. I'm into a lot of rope and shibari, like body ties with rope, and I would love to incorporate that with flowers. So it would be nudism, shibari, and flowers all immersed in one. And I would love to do photo shoots like that.
Mhm.
That's something that's been on my mind for probably a couple of years now. Like I saw a picture online and my brain ran with it and I was like, I need to do that. So eventually we'll do that.
So on the topic of robes, shibari, and then diving in a little bit deeper into kink spaces, I know what shibari is. To our viewers that are tuning in that may not be familiar with shibari, if you can chat a little bit about what that is and just explain a little bit about the nuances of shibari.
So shibari is just aesthetically designing and manipulating the body in rope. And there's a lot of different ways that it can be done. You can do floor work where you're down on the ground, just tying in different positions. And there's also, you could do like rigging where you go up in the air. We call it flying. And I love doing that. I actually did it on Saturday. It's different for everyone that does it, but there's a lot of like tutorials. I went to rope workshops to learn about safety because it's definitely safety involved because you've got nerves in the body. You've got all of your anatomy that you need to look out for. There's certain places where you should and should not tie. You need to adjust the knots in certain places depending on if you're flying or if you're on the ground. There's a lot of work involved into it, but it's gorgeous. And I love the aspect of it because to me, rope is like a hug without the human because I'm not one that really likes a lot of human physical touch, but I love the feeling of rope. It's kind of like putting a thunder jacket on a dog. It gives you that sense of comfort and like,
Yeah. Like the embrace kind
yeah,
of.
like embracing. Yeah,
Shibari is definitely an art form.
definitely.
How did you get into shibari?
I've been involved in the kink space for 10 plus years. And it's just something that I came across and I fell in love with it. I went to workshops to learn what safety was because I would be considered a rope bottom where I'm the one being tied in the rope. So there was a lot of concern for me. Like if I'm going to tie with some random person, I want to know that at least they're tying me safely. So I learned what that was like for my body because it's different for everyone. You know, you might have like a hip injury that you have to avoid, or you might have like a heart condition. So you need to know what or what not your body can and cannot do. So I definitely learned that going to rope workshops over the course of maybe 2 years. I learned a lot about like the anatomy, where my nerves are. So I know, and I also know like what kind of rope designs my body can and cannot do. Like I can't do stuff like this, or my arms will go numb instantly. I can't do stuff like this, or my shoulders will hurt too. Like, so I learned a lot.
What so you go to these workshops and or these events, and I, pardon me if I'm speaking a little, too informally about this. I just don't really know too much about the topic, but you go to one of these events and somebody that you've never met would be the rope top and would be tying.
Potentially, if I'm comfortable with that.
Have you done that before? Or has it only been people that you know and trust that have?
I personally tie only with people that I know and trust. I'm very big on consent, and that's one of the things that draws me to the community because it's very consent based. Like that, so consent and communication are really the foundation of anything that you do in kink. You know, you have to be risk aware. You have to understand your personal boundaries. You have to understand any medical conditions that you have and what you can and cannot do in the types of play that you get involved in. So to me, consent is a huge, huge thing. And that's what keeps me in the community because it's very consent based. Like even for hugging or shaking hands or just meeting someone, they know that they have to ask for any kind of physical interaction. And I appreciate that. I really appreciate that people are aware of those things, and it gives way for a lot of discussion and communication to happen.
Bunny, have you ever tried? Have you been involved? Have you gone to any of these kink space events?
I've done a couple. I've been to a couple of like munches, and I also did back in 2016. I went to an artist retreat that was also kind of heavily into rope. Actually, the first time I ever, actually no, the second time I ever did a rope suspension, which is when you're like in the air, tied in rope, I actually got a rope injury. So rope can be very dangerous if you're not doing it properly.
What is a rope injury, if you don't mind sharing?
The injury that I got is called wrist drop. So essentially you have a nerve right here called your radial nerve, and it connects to the rest of your arm.
It allows you to do things with your wrist. That's basically what controls your wrist motion and phalanges.
Yeah. My arms were tied behind my back like this, and the rope was around here. And I was basically in that tie for too long. And I also didn't really know how to check myself for like safety reasons. Like if you're in a tie, it's good to like check your fingers like this to make sure, can I feel them still? Like, does anything feel weird? So I was like more inexperienced, even though I did have a like thorough conversation with the person that was tying me. I like was basically in subspace and didn't really I wasn't checking myself the way that I should have. But I was basically in the rope for too long, and it damaged my radial nerve, and I couldn't do this for 3 months.
Oh.
I couldn't extend my fingers all the way for 3 months. I couldn't do a thumbs up for 3 months. Luckily, everything came back. But yeah, rope can be dangerous if you're not doing it.
Just thumbs down for 3 months straight.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Well, I'm glad that you've healed from that, of course.
Me too.
And this is a very interesting topic point. I probably should move on, but I just have a few more questions. So, what's the right word when you're, is it being bound? Is it in rope? What's the right word that I'm looking for?
I mean, all of those are good
When you're
descriptive words for rope work.
okay.
Yeah. think everybody-
Being tied. So
yeah.
when you're
Yeah.
tied, what is this? Is this purely for art? Is it a sexual thing? Is it, as far as this consent goes, what does it mean to you?
All of the above.
Can it ever be non-sexual?
Yes, definitely.
For sure.
90% of the rope work that I engage in is non-sexual. It only gets sexual if I'm with my primary partner, and that's just how the energy goes when we do rope. But it's very, very rare that happens for me and for him. He enjoys tying people. It doesn't matter who you are, your body shape. He just enjoys the physical aspect of tying. It gives him a mental challenge, and he's like, okay, well, your body's different, so how can I do this tie? Because it took this many skeins of rope on me, but you're smaller and thinner, and like how is it going to work on this person, this body? And that's really what draws him to rope. He just likes the mental challenge of being able to work with different people.
So it's a mental
So-
non-sexual challenge.
Yes.
Okay.
hmm Yeah. And for me with rope, I just like that embracing aspect. It puts me, we call it rope space or subspace, where I'm just very chill, and it allows me to like meditate and like feel safe and feel embraced, but without the human physical aspect of it. So it definitely doesn't have to be sexual. And that's where consent and talking about boundaries and communicating with your rope partner comes in, because I can go to Bunny and be like, yes, I want this tie and this is all I want. I don't want this. I don't want this. We're not going to do this. We're not going to engage in this. This is fine. You can do this and we can do this. But all of those other things are a no. It's like a hard limit. Then that's what draws me to this world of kink and BDSM, because we get to have those conversations and I get to tell you my boundaries and you're going to abide by them because you're respectful and all of that.
And you want us to be able to stay in the community and not have people
Yeah.
be like, you don't work with this person because they're dangerous. They don't,
Yeah.
they don't.
You get to vet people. So if Bunny wanted to tie me and I never met Bunny before and we're at an event, I'll be like, oh yeah, have you worked with anyone here? Like, what kind of rope do you like to do? Does it get sexual for you? Does it not? What do you prefer to do? Do you do this kind of rope? Because I don't like that kind of rope. And then you get to have that discussion and get to kind of edit and design what that scene or what that space is going to be like.
Besides rope, are there any other kinks that you are heavily involved with or are passionate about?
Yes. Part of my name, the Gemini Fox, I do pet play and primal. And that's where kind of Fox comes in, because I get into a space where I like to be on the ground. I like to wrestle. I like to play ball. Like basically I kind of act like a dog or a fox would. And I really enjoy that space. It allows me to kind of let go, and I don't have to think about work. I don't have to think about pressure or stress of being a human. And it's really nice. I just get to kind of relax and do things and just play. It allows me to just freely play and feel okay in that space.
Do you do this alone, or are you with someone when you are doing pet play?
Honestly, I mainly do it when I'm with someone. My partner is, he's a rope top, and he's also kind of more like a daddy dom. So he likes having a pet. And so basically I'm like his pet. So we play together a lot, and most of the time it's non-sexual. It's just me wanting to release my stress and my pressure from being a human and having all of these things and deadlines and bills and all of that. And so I get to just kind of play and relax and be free with him.
Yeah, there's it's
So many questions.
It's so many, and to me, I think with rope, I can appreciate rope more as an art form.
Mhm.
And I understand that 90% of the time, like you said, it's non-sexual.
Yeah.
And again, this is something that's very foreign to me. I know of it, but I don't know much about it. So it's great that I get a chance to ask you these questions. I'm sure a lot of people watching this interview right now also may not be familiar. Pet play to me seems more of a sexual. It just feels like it would be more of a sexual sort of an enticement, but it's just a stress relief. It's a way for you to disconnect from the 9 to 5. It's a way for you to disconnect from the this mountain of responsibility that weighs down on you as a human being.
Yeah.
Put that aside. Get on the ground, play with the ball. Sort of let go of your own control in a consenting environment and live freely.
Exactly.
I can imagine it's very gratifying.
Yeah. It's definitely very gratifying, because I get my job is very stressful, and I'm constantly in work mode, and so it allows me to let go of all of that.
Is your partner scared that once you go full time with your floral farm, that you will feel much less stress and no longer need to be put into that pet space?
Not at all. We talked earlier that I had a different nickname growing up, which was Kitty. So I've always been in a pet sort of aspect throughout my life. And I've just evolved into a different kind of pet, a different headspace when it comes to being a pet. So no, I don't think that he would be scared at all. I mean, owning your own business comes with its own stresses. It's just a different kind of stress. I'm
Of
going to be
course.
dealing with paying taxes and figuring out all of that stuff so I don't go to jail. Like that's what worries me right now. Like there's not a lot of information on the internet about what I actually have to pay and like do. I'm going to have to do reports every month and then an annual report. And it's like that comes with its own set of stressors. It's just different from the ones that I deal with at work right now. So yeah, I don't see me ever not interacting as a pet with my partner.
But at least you'll deeply love what you're going to be doing. There will be
Yeah.
stress, but you'll be in love with that stress in a way, as
Yeah.
opposed to working, in the finance section where it's student debt.
Hmm.
I feel like there's probably not a lot to love there.
Yeah, no.
So
I get bad news all the time.
that
So
weighs down on the soul.
It does. It definitely does.
I'm trying to think of some sort of a, because you said multiple times where you get into this space, you get into rope space or subspace, and you get into pet space, and you can just leave it all be. I'm just imagining a situation where you're in pet space and you're still thinking about some sort of student debt or something crosses your mind, and it's just this sort of conflict, right?
Yeah.
Where something where you don't want to be thinking about it, but those it's just these nagging thoughts you can't let go.
Yeah.
Does that ever happen?
Oh, definitely. Yeah. Like
How do you manage that?
I just try to like focus more on my play, or maybe sometimes it happens where that space is just broken for the day and I have to revert back to my human space and just kind of move on. And but for the most part, like there's different things that can kind of trigger my pet space. Like we figured out there's a scent that does it. So usually if something like that is strong enough to trigger me in pet space, then everything else just kind of melts away. And I'm more focused on being fox and frolicking and playing than being human and dealing with all of my bills and my stress.
Is that scent something you can share with us?
Yeah, it's spearmint.
Spearmint.
Yes.
So you smell spearmint, and all of a sudden it's
Yeah,
it's like the full moon for a werewolf in a
yeah,
way.
it kind of like I don't know what about it, and I don't know how I really got connected with this scent, but it just happened. And every time I smell spearmint, like especially the gum, my partner chews the gum sometimes. So like when I go to hug him and I smell it, and I'm like, oh, okay, like it just kind of jolts me into like fox mode, and it just it's fun.
That's nice. Does your partner ever have spearmint around just to sort of tantalize you, or
Yeah.
see?
Yeah.
I could probably spend all day asking questions. To me, this is highly interesting, and it's so different, and it's something I've always been curious about.
Yeah.
know.
And honestly, I find that a lot. There's a lot of people that come into the scene that never knew about it, and then something happened where they got introduced, and then they fell in love. Because there's so much to explore, and there's like you never stop learning about different kinks and different aspects of play, whether that be sexual or non-sexual. And there's munches, as Bunny had mentioned earlier, which is basically like a meet and greet out in a neutral setting, like a bar or restaurant, and you just have people that have set up a meeting there so you can meet people in the community and you can ask questions and you can maybe get a mentor or just learn more about it if you're just generally interested. Just to have questions, and there's people that you can go to and ask, and they will answer you.
Do people in these sort of kink spaces require or rely heavily on something like a safe word?
Yes.
Is that something that you always have on hand?
Yes. So there's a general, just for any and everyone in the community, we go by the red light system. So green is whatever we're doing is cool and we can keep doing it. Yellow is something kind of needs to change because I'm not feeling this. Red is stop everything. Just stop.
Hard stop.
Yeah. Like
Is
a hard
that
stop.
is
So
that
you
something
have-
that's happened? Do you encounter that red light often or at all?
Not in my experience. It's been very rare instances where a red light has been called out. I go to a lot of kink parties and like we call them play parties, and there's most people that are there have already pre-discussed what they're going to be doing. And it's very rare that you find an actual red light unless it's someone that's new to the scene and is not there for the right reasons. And then they're easily called out because they're not listening to consent, they're not following the protocols, because there's general protocols that kind of people in the lifestyle know. Like if you're partnered, to approach both partners and ask what, can I talk to your sub, or can I talk to your pet, or can I do this? And like, it's all about consent. And so if there's not consent, there's not going to be play in the first place to really call a red. But sometimes red happens, like if the person didn't realize that their body was just having a bad body day and you can't do the play that you wanted to. That's happened to me. Like I'll get in rope and we're wanting to do a suspension and my body is like, nope, this hurts, this is pinching, you're not going to do this today. And then you have to get down. So like it can happen, but it's never happened in my like interactions. It's never happened maliciously where someone called red because something was bad. It was just, we need to stop.
More of like a bad day as opposed to an intentional
more like,
malice.
I'm having a bad day and I can't do this today. Not like, oh my God, you just really violated my consent. It's a red. Let's stop this.
Yeah,
Well,
'cause
then
you
that-
have those consent conversations before you even start. So
Yeah.
usually it kind of eliminates the need to call a red.
well, it seems like you've had a fortunate experience so far then.
Mm-hmm.
So that's good to know.
Yeah.
And it's because of your passion for this model of consent. It's
Mhm.
probably helped pave
Yeah.
the way. So what can you share on that topic? Because I understand it's very, it's if you're involved in kink space as much as you are, pet play or pet space, consent has to be like the golden rule. That has to be always there,
To me,
no matter
consent
what.
is basically the foundation. Consent and communication and understanding your boundaries. That's really the foundation of any kind of play that you engage in. And it also goes into other aspects of life, not just the kink space.
Mhm.
You know, you think about being younger and going to a family reunion, and there's all these people that you probably never met or you don't remember because you were too young to recall those memories of past family reunions. And it's like, a lot of times family will force hugs or kisses or like pinching cheeks of little kids. And it's like, you don't understand that kids should be able to have that consent. Like they should be able to consent to hugs, to kisses, to pinching cheeks. Like this is a random older person that I don't know and they smell funny and I've never seen them before. And why are they approaching me? Why are they encroaching in my like personal space? And that's not something that I think it's becoming more normal now for people to allow like kids to have these consent discussions and understand what kids' boundaries are. So it's not just for kink space, it's for every aspect of life.
Well, I think, and I agree with everything you just said, but I think also, part of the reason why this may only be kind of a thing now is, the internet allows information to spread
Yes.
all over the place. When we were growing up, I'm 38. You guys are probably 10 or so-ish years younger than I am. What internet? There was America Online. What keyword are you going to use? Information was sparse.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the topic of consent, obviously consent existed back then, but awareness and how important it is and how to address it, how to, navigate
Mhm.
the complexities, the nuances of consent. Those were things that people had to find out on their own. There was no way to glean that information from someone else, which is
Yeah.
something that we can do now.
Yeah.
And it's important to be able to do that now. Do you, Bunny, do you spend any amount of time addressing consent in any of the work that you do?
Oh yeah, all the time. So to set up a photo shoot, like we always go over people's like what their comfort level is on different things and like, are you okay with me sharing the photos? Are you okay being nude in the photos? Like, are you okay if we're doing it at my parents' house and my parents are home? Like that kind of thing, like communicating with them what all the different parts that might be involved in the shoot, whether it's actually taking the photos or just the environment around the shoot, is important to communicate so that they can like choose, like opt in and out for, their own consent of what they're comfortable with.
To me, consent is just, I feel like consent shouldn't be as big a deal as it is. It
would
has
think
to be.
that.
And I understand why it is. Of course, I understand why it is, but it feels like it should just be something that's more natural. It feels like something that people shouldn't have to be educated so fiercely on.
Mhm.
Granted, when you get into certain topics, where lines can be crossed, one person may view shibari as an art form. Someone else, that is a very sexual thing.
Mhm.
So if those two people find themselves, in the sub and dom or the top and bottom of that equation, it would be important that the boundaries are set ahead of time.
Yeah.
But I also imagine that, people that have very differing expectations of an event may not find themselves at the same event. A place you might go to to be bound for the purposes of, this art form and non-sexual may not appeal to someone who's looking for that sexual outlet. I don't know. This is just a random musing of my own, but it's again only because I'm so unfamiliar with that. Bunny, tell me about a memory that you can recall between the two of you in sort of a nudist space at any point in time, growing up, adolescence, adulthood, something that's near and dear to you.
Kind of keeping with the theme of like pet play and things. I remember one time you came over to my apartment and we were like practicing rope. I was tying you and you you wanted to drink water, but you wanted to drink it out of a bowl on the ground. So that was really fun. I just like, because I think I had both of
the
your
apple on your counter too.
Yeah, because I think both of your legs were tied, so you couldn't even stand up.
Yeah, I was in Fudo.
Yeah.
I was in Fudo.
So her legs were like
Yeah.
tied like this, like around here.
Yeah, basically I could walk on my
On her
knees, but I
knees.
couldn't stretch out the bottom part of my leg.
Yeah, and that was really fun because it was like, yeah, we were just like playing around. I was practicing rope, and you were
Yeah.
like, yeah, I just want to be a fox.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was fun.
All right. I'm just going over my notes here. Earlier, you said you make tea for plants.
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about what that means.
Making
Making tea, is it just actually just you brew tea for plants, or is there a different meaning?
There's different kinds of things that you can do as far as like tea is concerned. There's a compost tea that you can make. There's also a tea out of a plant called comfrey, which is a very medicinal, like powerful plant, and you can kind of steep that and ferment it and then give it to your plants as nutrients. And it's probably one of the best things that you can do for any kind of plant.
Comfrey?
Comfrey, yeah.
That's so I would, if I just saw you, pouring some substance onto plants, I would imagine you're watering them or just giving them nourishment. I would never, it never crossed my mind to say, oh, making tea for the plants. Is there a reason that you distinguish it that way?
That's really what it's called in the gardening community. If you're making something like that, like fermenting comfrey and using the liquid from the ferment to water the plants, they refer to it as tea.
Okay. So this is just it's nice to bring people that are in these sort of communities, right? In the king space community, in the farming community. These are things that I would never ever learn or know about.
Yeah.
And I'm sure countless people that are watching this also are learning now too. So it's just, for you, it's just just making tea, just giving them a little nutrients. Or making, I'm expecting, the Mad Hatter's there. We have like the little teapot, the whole thing. No, it's.
I mean, I totally do that too, but
Yeah.
I mean, plants are fascinating. Like there's so many plants that do so many different things, and that's something that I will constantly be learning. I just want to absorb all the plant knowledge, and I don't think I will be able to do that in my lifetime because it's extensive.
Well, let me get it out of the way. Do you have a favorite plant? And do you have a least favorite plant, and why?
Do I have a favorite and a least favorite? I'm going to say no, because all plants are amazing. Even poisonous plants are really cool. There's different poisonous plants that do different reactions in the body. They're all really cool. I don't think I could pick a favorite or a least favorite.
Recently, you have been talking about one kind of flower a lot, though.
Dahlias?
Yeah. Would you like to talk to them about that?
Dahlias are really awesome. They grow from tubers. It's basically something that looks like a sweet potato. And you can grow at least 20 stems, so 20 flowers on one plant from one tuber. And during the season, it'll grow additional tubers, and you can divide that. So you'll have multiple plants the next growing season. They also grow from seed. You can collect the seed from the flower and grow those, but they won't be true to the mother plant. So if you grow like a purple dahlia that has a certain petal shape and you take the seed and you plant that for the next year, it won't be the same purple flower with the same petal shape. It'll be something completely different. They cross-pollinate, and they're just fascinating. There's so many of them. There's like hundreds of varieties of dahlias. And
that's going to be one of the plants that you're going to have on your farm, right?
Yeah, I've picked out, I think, about 28 different tubers. And so I'll use that for my like foundation of my dahlia field just to see what happens with them. It'll be the first time I've grown them. I've grown other flowers, but never dahlias.
I I recently had an experience that solidified poison ivy as my least favorite plant. I'd avoided it for most of my life, but then I somehow found myself covered in poison ivy rash. And I can safely say my least favorite plant, poison ivy.
Yeah.
And I think I got it chasing my cat. We started letting our cat out, and
Yes.
I had to chase him through some backyards and in
Oh.
between houses, and that's a suspicion, right? It's not because you don't break out in a poison ivy rash immediately, right? You get the
Mhm.
oils
No,
on your
it-
skin, and then up
it
to a week
stays,
later.
Yeah.
So I had to think, what the hell have I done in this past week?
Yeah, poison ivy is a really interesting plant. Cats can carry it on their fur. Like if they brush up against poison ivy, they can carry the poison, like the oils on their fur, and then they can transfer that to humans or wherever they roam. And I want to say the oil can actually stay viable for a couple of years. So even if you have it somewhere and you don't clean the space thoroughly, it can come back. Like you can infect yourself with poison ivy. It's a very interesting plant.
Did a double load of laundry.
Yeah.
Make sure to clear it up. So what do you guys think? Should I bring in Willow next or Herman?
Either.
right.
I don't know.
We're gonna
Draw
go-
straws.
We're gonna go with Willow.
Okay.
My vote is Willow, and that's actually exactly what we're gonna do. We're gonna take a short break, and when we come back to our NTR Nudist Talk Radio segment, it'll be Bunny and Willow, and we'll get to hear about Willow's experiences. And looks like there's quite a lot to talk about.
Yeah.
But it's been a pleasure to have both of you in our studio, in our interview chair at the same time to chat. And thank you for sharing so much about consent,
Yeah.
about kink space education. This is something that, again, eye-opening for me and hopefully many others. And I've always been fascinated by shibari, just never had an opportunity to really delve into it.
Yeah. We did bring some rope with us,
Mhm.
so we can maybe do a tie, like something simple, like kind of go over like what a discussion would look like before you tie with someone.
Absolutely.
And so we can talk about that consent aspect a little bit more and like what you would want to kind of look at the questions that you would want to ask and the questions you would want answered during a consent
It's
conversation.
like a consent workshop.
Mhm.
No, absolutely, honestly. And this interview segment that we have, it's how we always start when we bring guests into our studio. We always start with the interview. We use this to find out about our guests, and then we can base subsequent activities and information sessions on that. So that would absolutely be something that we can't wait to do.
Yeah.
Thank you again. Taking our short break, and we'll be back soon with Bunny and Willow. Y'all ready? Let me know when we're good. We're good. You two ready? Cool. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Nudism.tv studio. I'm here with Bunny and Willow. Welcome.
Hi.
This is our NTR Nudist Talk Radio segment where we pick at your brain and find out what makes you you, namely with a specific interest in living clothes-free. And we've already chatted with both of your sproutlings, with Bunny and Gemini, and we dove deep into Gemini's understanding of consent and their passion for kink space, and Bunny's endeavors in their own right. And now it's time to chat a little bit about yours. Are you ready?
Sure.
That's excellent. I understand that you are very big into things related to into herbal medicine and energy practice. How did you, let's just start from the beginning. Tell us a little bit about yourself and how you got into all that and how you discovered nudism. When did that begin for you?
Probably early in my marriage with Herman. I'm not sure. It's just a natural thing, really.
So this was not something that you experienced growing up. It was only something that you discovered in adulthood.
My parents talked about it some, but we were never naked as a family.
Never happened.
No.
Were
my
you?
family was very open-minded.
That's good, but never to that point. Granted, I would, for me, sharing, nakedness with a family, that's a high level of open-mindedness to my own perception. So I think that someone could be very open-minded and still not necessarily
Not do that.
get to that level. But growing up, did you find yourself just naked for any other reason? Maybe, like on your own, not necessarily in a family atmosphere, outdoors? No.
Not really, not growing up.
Okay. So only once after you were married to Herman. And
Mhm.
how did that begin? Do you remember the day, or do you remember no?
No.
I'm just fishing for these interesting
Right.
stories.
It probably started with sex outside.
Okay. Listen, everything's got to start somewhere, right? And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that, especially if as long as your neighbors are consenting, right? We don't let them. That's a peep show. Whatever. It's different.
It was in the woods. Nobody else was around.
What about the bugs? Mosquitoes?
No. No.
Did you scout for poison ivy?
No.
Oh,
It was like in the
Karen.
winter, in the fall, winter.
That's nice. A nice little snowy soiree. So was Herman, so I'm assuming Herman was the nudist before you? That was his thing prior to
Not really, but he was the instigator in our relationship.
That's nice. It's always important to have an instigator.
I think so.
Otherwise,
Somebody will lead you down the path.
Yeah. And so this was approximately what year would this have been?
82.
82.
Yeah.
Okay. And the
83.
children didn't show up until later.
Right.
And by the time children showed up, you were already sort of comfortable. And this was, so talk a little bit about some of the things you and Herman would do prior to, any children being around.
Just mostly naked in the house, walking through the house, wire clothes necessary. And as the kids came along, why do we need clothes now? I mean, they're babies and they were born naked and they don't think anything about it.
They certainly don't. You've taught them well. So as far as your work with herbs and plants, energy medicine and energy healing, how did that come about?
I started taking yoga first, excuse me, and that just kind of opened me up to other things. I've always liked nature and I've never liked the allopathic medicine. I don't like taking pills. I'd rather try to heal myself.
Allopathic, and I feel like I've heard this term before, but
It's the mainstream medical industry.
Like
Okay.
Western medicine.
Western, yeah. Well, yeah,
ish.
Western medicine.
So acupuncture is a big part of your. Is that something that's an
Yeah,
element of your healing?
I get acupuncture once a month. Yes.
And that's acupuncture. The benefit there is it aligns your energies or removes blockages,
Mhm.
right? I
Yes.
just I know we spoke off camera, but I just had my first acupuncture experience just a few days ago. It was at this essentially a Chinese herbal office where you walk in and there is a wall, and the wall is all drawers, and in the drawers are different herbs, different mushrooms, different plants, different. It's just probably hundreds of different kinds because each drawer has its own one, and maybe they're partitioned within. And then of course there are all these little tinctures and vials of liquids, and they make, I'm assuming that wasn't part of my healing or anything that they did with me, but it was clearly something that a lot of their clients had done. And then they brought me into the room. They put a few of the, I guess, just needles. Is there a more specific term beside needle? No, just put a few needles in. One of them hurt. It was unpleasant. Then halfway through, she twisted them a little bit, which also was unpleasant. And then afterwards, they did this thing called cupping, where they took these glass jars and they put a fire in it to create like a vacuum, and then immediately applied it to my skin, and it sucked. It's like almost like a hickey.
It draws
almost.
blood to the
It draws
surface.
blood to the surface, right?
Yeah.
Right. It breaks the blood vessels. It allows for new pathways of blood to go and that sort of thing. And it was my first time. It was a learning experience for me. But it seems like this is something that you're very familiar with. What are the benefits to acupuncture and to cupping?
So much. If you studied traditional ancient Chinese medicine at all, they go based on the meridians, which are energy streams in the body. Like we have blood streams. These are like energy rivers or energy highways in the body. Everybody has the same ones. They're based on the major organs in the torso. And Western medicine doesn't talk about energy at all, but we are all made up of energy. Everything is energy. It gets into physics even, down to the Plancks and stuff I don't understand. To me, it's all just magic. There are other people who are into the science.
And that's what the
physics of it.
allopathics would say about those, the Western or these ancient Chinese remedies. It'd be like, oh, this is magic.
Right.
So it's funny how it goes both ways.
Yes, it does.
But and what about cupping? What are the benefits to cupping?
The theory in traditional Chinese medicine, from what I understand, is that you can get blood that pools or stagnates, and the cupping helps draw that to the surface so that the body can then disperse it, take care of it.
That seems like a very healthy thing, like a flush almost. You get these stopping points and just move along. Let's go. Move it or lose it. Let's move along. Now, you mentioned that energy, when you were describing meridians, it's like a river, this energy. Rivers have a start and an end point. Where is the start point and end point to this river of energy in our bodies?
We have 14 meridians, and 12 of them have the start and end points on the fingers and the toes.
So they start and end.
Different ones, yes, like heart, small intestine, triple warmer, circulation sacs, large intestine, and lung on the fingers, on both sides, each side, I should say. And they flow up the body or down the body, the yin and the yang. And on the toes, bladder, gallbladder, nothing, stomach, and liver and spleen,
So this
and kidney on the bottom of the foot.
bottom of the foot.
Yeah.
Where else?
There's a central and a governing, and they're called different things in different traditions. But like this one is conception vessel in other traditions. And I forget what the back one is called in the other traditions, but the one that I study, it's governing. Comes up the back, and the two meet at the back of the mouth.
Oh, and then you said that the middle toe is nothing.
Yes, there's not a meridian point on the middle toe.
Is it because it hasn't been discovered yet, or it's just there is none?
In Chinese medicine, it has been around for thousands of years, and that's just how it is. Some people actually see energy, and so they can tell you exactly where the rivers are.
Have you met anyone that can see it?
No, but Donna Eden is a teacher who lives up in Washington State, I think. She's been seeing energy all her life and teaches the Eden method.
Sounds
energy.
fascinating.
Yeah.
This whole day is about learning and fascination. I'm learning with every, this bunny family, the bunny squad, as I called it, every new person learning something new. And I just want to spend all day talking about these things, but I have to somehow wrap
Bring it
things up
back.
nicely and move along. When did you discover that this was, kind of a big interest for you and the passion for you?
I started yoga in 2007. I took my teacher training in 2012. So somewhere between there and 2014.
Okay, so it's actually reasonably recent then, in the last 7 to 10 years. What was going on prior to that period of, what your passions for this? What were your passions prior to that?
Honestly, I stayed home afraid a lot. I stayed in my shell and hid myself quite a bit and didn't have many friends. And yeah, but yoga helped open me up.
I think it's beautiful that you found this way to manifest this freedom and you're finding yourself only 7 years ago when your children were already adults or essentially adults, right? I think that's fantastic, and it's nice. Like you said to me just before we began, it's not too late.
Right, it's not.
It's not too late.
I'm 58 now, so
Right.
it's not too late.
I've got a few years. I got 20 to go.
But if you start now, there's so much more to learn. I mean,
The what if list could be is vast and daunting. Something that Bunny had mentioned was that you have a ritual, a haircut ritual. Can you tell us a little bit about that? And I understand that we're going to actually have a segment on that later during your stay here in Cleveland, and I can't wait to see what that's going to be all about. But why don't you give us a little, just chat briefly about it, how that became a thing and what it means to you as a family.
I don't remember how Herman and I started doing it.
It's been a long time.
I think it was because our neighbor used to cut his hair, and she's a professional cosmetologist. And I'm like, I can do that. It's just shaving your head. We can buy a razor and save money. I'm all about doing things myself and saving money. And
So the haircuts would be full shaves?
for Herman's
Yeah,
head,
buzz
yeah. And
cut,
I take care of
basically.
his beard and mustache and eyebrows. And, as dudes get older, they get ear hairs and hair in
Indeed we
funny
do.
places. And so then Bunny went on a big trip and
Where did you go?
discovered themselves a lot more.
Yeah. In 2019, I did a solo cross-country road trip for 2 months. Lived out of a van.
We just keep
and-
going there.
Yeah, there's so much to our lives. And I, at the time, like by the time I got home, my hair was down to my elbows, and I was sick of it. I was so ready to get rid of all of it. I was just like, hair is annoying now. I'm tired of it after being like in the desert and just being hot and sweaty. And yeah. So I just wanted my hair gone. And I knew she already cut Daddy's hair. And I was like, will you shave my hair? My hair had never been that short before.
How short did you go from shoulder length to?
When we cut it, it was to my elbows.
Oh my goodness.
So I went from there to 1 inch long.
Wow.
Now,
Which is now long for me. As you can see, like right now my hair is long, what I would call long.
but pause. When they asked me to shave their head, in my head, I'm saying, "Oh hell no, no, I do not want to do that."
But you'd
Nope.
already been taking care of Herman for quite a long time.
But he's a dude, and I've been shaving his head, and I don't know.
For
There's
years.
something about I've gotten the message through all the baby boomer years of women and long hair, and it's sacred, and all this, And there are even certain Native American tribes that they let their hair grow. They never cut it until their loved one passes, and then they shave their head. For me, it was part of our identities. And in my head, I'm like, oh, no, this is not what I want to do. But I swallowed my tongue.
How did you
until
overcome that? Yeah.
This is not my life. This is not my body. This is their body. And if they want me to do that, I'm going to take that as an honor. And so my answer right away to them was, of course I can do that.
So you come back from this, how long you say that
2
cross country?
months.
2 months.
69 days, so a little over 2 months.
And it's and then you come back, your hair is super long,
Mhm.
and then Willow just
Yeah.
takes care of it.
Yeah, I asked her if we could do it in the backyard and be naked. And I also recorded the whole thing. So I have like a 20-minute video of the whole experience, basically.
Is this something that you've shared with anyone?
It's on my website.
Which is bunnyluna.com.
Mhm.
For those watching, who may have forgotten or just tuning in.
Yeah.
And what did this haircut mean to you?
So it was scary, kind of, in a way. Like, I was very ready for it because I was tired of my hair. But I had never had my hair that short. The shortest my hair had ever been before that was like to here. So I was used to at least having some hair. And I think part of it was a big part of my like gender realization too. I didn't know at the time, but like that was like a very big moment for my like gender understanding. I was ready to have my hair cut. We chopped it all off, and one of y'all brought out the mirror from inside, and
Because Jim and I was with us.
yeah, Jim and I was with us. She was like taking pictures and stuff. And one of y'all held up the mirror so I could see it right after you finished, and I was like, kind of freaked out because it was the shortest my hair had ever been. I was like, oh my gosh, I look like a boy.
A young boy.
Yeah, like a little boy. But I really loved it and I was super happy and I felt so good. And then it was just a couple days after that, I was walking at the park with Gemini and we had like a conversation about gender. And I was like, I think I'm non-binary / agender. And Gemini was super accepting and like, yeah,
was
of
like,
course,
"Of course
that
you
makes
are."
so much sense. Like, here are several examples of things that you did as a kid that like already pointed in that direction.
Can you share any of those examples?
I, when I was little, I would like put a spoon in my pants to make it look like I have a penis. I loved shopping in the boys section. Like, I've never really been very like feminine and girly. So it just,
For a long time, you said you wanted a penis that you could take in the woods with you to pee and
Yeah.
not have it when you don't want it, but have it when you need it.
I want a
and-
retractable penis.
Yeah.
I want it to be a part of me that can show up when I want it, and then I can like suck it back in my body when I don't want it. That'd be ideal.
That's there's got to be something clever I could say. I'm just not that fast. I haven't had coffee. It's actually I was telling my colleagues here. This is the first interview I show up to empty-handed as far as coffee goes. I usually have my coffee at my side. Not today. Anyways, great digression, Eric. So this gender discussion that you had with Gemini, from that point on, you realized that you were non-binary. Agender is that the same? Is non-binary the same as agender, or are those two different things?
So there's the umbrella of transgender, and then within that there's binary transgender and non-binary transgender. And so under non-binary transgender is like agender, like gender queer, gender flux. Like there's a whole bunch of different like smaller identities that are more like detail underneath that. So agender is like a more specific version of non-binary, but non-binary can encompass a lot of different
Hey, it's like a hierarchy. That makes sense. Thank you for explaining it. So,
Yeah.
Just curious, because you've spent time researching and because it's very applicable to you, you're very familiar with this hierarchy. You understand this umbrella. You understand the nuances between these, the different types of non-binary genders and the different, all that. Now, it's safe to say that average person probably is not as educated, doesn't really quite understand it, and it's understandable. I myself, I'm woefully uninformed, so it's nice to hear it from you, or really from anyone who understands it. But how do you manage, or how do you interact with people that don't necessarily mean ill will, but their ignorance ends up saying something that either is offensive or incorrect, or I feel a lot of people may know that this is becoming more of a prevalent thing, but just don't know how to act in a right way without they just feel afraid. What can you say to that topic point? How should people that don't know much about this go about either learning or addressing it, or that sort of thing?
So I mean, there's a ton of information online. You can just like Google transgender or non-binary things and find a whole bunch of stuff. But For someone who's just like, I don't understand it, I think it's okay if they don't understand it. If they're a cis person, and cis means you identify as the gender you were assigned at birth.
What does cis stand for?
I keep trying to
That's-
remember that. It's an old term.
Because I just thought I don't actually know what it stands for.
I don't think it's
CIS. I think
yeah.
it is. I
You
think
think
it
it's an
stands for.
acronym,
I don't know if it's an acronym or if it's a
like an abbreviation?
Mhm.
But cis means that you are identify as the gender that you were
assigned at
assigned as
birth.
at birth. Okay.
Yeah. So, mommy is a cis woman, and I'm a trans person. So I feel like cis people, if they're not questioning their gender, then they're probably not going to understand any like transgender, non-binary things because that's not their experience, and it's okay to not understand. I don't feel like it's not like I don't necessarily understand why the sky is blue or why grass grows in a certain way, but that I can
don't
still
under-
appreciate it and respect it.
I don't understand what it feels like to have a penis, but they exist and I'm okay with it.
Yeah. So I think like understanding is great because then you can be on the same page with someone, but it's not necessarily a requirement in order to like respect someone.
What should someone avoid doing?
That's not a real thing.
Yeah.
That
Okay. Well, clearly that, but it okay. No, but that's there are
It's
plenty of
valid.
people. There are plenty of people that have that viewpoint. I'm considerably more understanding than that, and I hope
Mhm.
most people are. Hope that's not something that it just doesn't exist because it clearly exists. But more to the point of something that maybe in between something as brash as saying that and complete understanding.
Mhm.
What are some things that you've seen people do that maybe you wish they wouldn't do?
I feel like for some reason it's important to people to know what genitals other people have. For some reason,
it's the first question we ask when somebody says I had a baby. Oh, is it a boy or a girl?
yeah,
Meaning
do they have a penis or a vulva?
Mhm.
So I feel like if someone would like to share that information with you, then that's cool, but it's kind of rude to ask them.
Mhm. I don't
And it's
ask you
also,
what kind of sex you have with your partner.
Yeah, it's not really any of our business unless they like bring it up. So I would say that's something to probably avoid doing if you can. We're just people, so you can just treat us like humans.
I've heard too that for some people it's like if I'm talking about you and I use a different pronoun and then all of the big, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I hope I didn't hurt your just making a big deal about it.
Yeah,
For
using
a
their
lot
own
of people,
pronouns.
it's like, calm down, just say sorry and keep going.
Yeah, or just like correct yourself and keep going.
Mhm.
That matters way more than getting it right every time, as if you're at least trying to get it right.
I understand that. And maybe it's possible that that person, maybe they had an experience where they said something wrong or they saw someone say something incorrectly and they were snapped at. And so that left
Mhm,
them with this
mhm.
sort of a negative experience where they're afraid to, do that again and elicit that sort of negative response.
Mhm.
So it's just unclear. But again, it's just a matter of awareness. It's a matter of education. It's a matter of it being more commonplace, right? Just like anything. When people know more about something, it will be handled more. It'll just be handled properly more of the time, as it should be, anyways.
Yeah.
And on just a question, excuse me. Do you think there is anything wrong with assigning a gender to a baby at birth?
That's kind of a difficult question. So, in my opinion, it would be great if we don't gender children when they're born, because as someone who was gendered when I was born, it put a whole lot of expectations and like there were a lot of things that were assumed about me just because of the genitals that I was born with, and that didn't necessarily fit me. Even if you are a cis person, not every person with a penis is ultra masculine and wants to play like football
or-
and wrestle or I don't know, whatever you think are super masculine things to do. So even in my opinion, gendering anyone at birth, even if they do end up being cis, like you're putting assumptions and expectations on a person that they either have to like try to live up to or have to like break away from at some point. And even if you are cis, that might be difficult to do.
Do you think any sort of recognizance should be offered to the genitals of a baby? Meaning, so you don't think they should be gendered, but this baby was born with a penis. This baby has a vulva. Should there be anything as anything consequential because of those facts?
I mean,
If so, what?
Like for sex education purposes, like this is how you can keep your whatever set of genitals you have like healthy in this way. I mean, there are intersex people that they're as common as redheads. Like 2% of humans are intersex, which is ambiguous genitalia they have, or some kind of sex characteristics that are somewhere in between male and female. So not necessarily like there are people that have there's so many different kinds of intersex people. So for example, there are people that have like external genitalia that look normal, that maybe they have something internal that's different than what a normal female or male would have. So I think just in terms of education, I think it would be really helpful, not necessarily to gender people, but to like give them the information that they need for their specific body.
It's reasonable. It's this is also something that I don't have terrible amount of knowledge about. So it's great that I have an opportunity to ask you, and I'm sure people watching this may find themselves in a similar situation where they just don't know. They haven't had any experiences that brought them to someone that was as out about it, or as willing to share their information or their story.
And we feel like society puts so much pressure on every human. There's so many expectations. Like, what's the deal with me and long hair? Is that because I like it, or is that because Herman likes it, or is that because society says women should have long hair? There's so much that comes from pressure from outside.
Mhm.
It'd be nice for children to grow up and grow into who they really are.
And going back to the point of hair, so you came back from this 2-month trip, you had your haircut, you rediscovered yourself,
Mhm.
but this haircut became a ritual because, as I understand it, this is something that you all do as a family together.
Mhm.
Can you tell me a little bit about what, how this ritual exists today?
Would you like to talk about it?
We have a stool similar to this. We brought it in case you wanted to
You needed
see
it.
We
that,
will
but,
100%, absolutely, but go on.
I typically do Herman first, and then
In the kitchen,
in the
at
kitchen.
home.
This is the easy one, right?
Because the good light, yeah.
I'm the easy
Are you
one.
the easier one?
I have less things to cut.
Yeah, he has all of
Oh,
this,
okay.
and yeah. And his probably takes 20 minutes, and theirs probably takes, I don't know, 5, 10.
Yeah, not long.
I finish them. I'm like, what am I missing? I feel like there should be something else.
So you're the one that's the hair cutter. No one else cuts hair. It's just you. How do you get your hair cut?
I don't.
Okay. So you cut Herman's hair, and you cut Bunny's hair, and then Gemini's last.
Gemini lives elsewhere, and I don't cut her hair.
Oh, okay. So just the three of you.
Mhm.
Lovely.
Yeah.
That's nice. And how
Sometimes
often
Gemini hangs out though.
Mm-hmm.
have you ever cut Gemini's hair?
Not since she was little bitty.
Not anytime recently.
See, this is and how often do you guys have this?
Every week,
Every week.
Usually on Sundays.
usually on Sunday.
So you let your hair grow out for a week, and then it's gone.
Mhm.
That's nice. Do you ever feel like, man, I want to get rid of it sooner, but you don't because you have to wait for the ritual the following week? Or do you sometimes like just cheat, cut it off, and then get it cut off again at the weekly ritual?
It's nice getting it every week. I've been getting tattoos for a while, like every month, basically for the last year to cover me as a tree. And so I usually will skip the haircut when I have a fresh tattoo because I don't want to get those like tiny hairs in the like fresh wound, basically. So usually after like the second week, I'll be like, my hair's so long. I'm so excited to get it cut.
That's nice. And it's actually, I mean, it's a fantastic tattoo. Whoever your artist is, it's been the same artist for the entire piece.
Mhm. Yeah,
Great
Alex
artist.
Santalocci at Iron Ghost Tattoo in Charlotte.
Lovely.
She's amazing.
It looks amazing. Are you planning on covering more than just what's been inked in
Outline.
black, or is there going to be more to it?
Well, the part of my butt is going to be more.
It's a tree. It keeps growing.
Yeah, it is a tree. It keeps growing. It starts at my ankle and it comes up and goes across my chest and my back and down my arm. But we'll probably, so all of the stuff that's outlined will eventually be in color. But we're going to also probably add leaves in some places. And then we're also going to like sprinkle in a bunch of honeybees at some point, probably after most of the coloring's done.
I love bees.
Me
Honeybees
too.
are so cute. That sounds like a lovely. It would be amazing. What's the time frame for? Do you think when what you currently envision is completed? Because I understand it's going to keep evolving. It's going to constantly be additions.
Yeah.
Once you pop, you can't stop. I get it. But when is this current iteration? When do you? What's the the expected completion date?
It's been a year already, so I'm hoping maybe another year and it'll be finished.
Wow, it's a lot of work in a year. I think.
Yeah.
Seems that way.
It's basically been every month I'll have a session for like 2 to 4 hours.
Is it painful?
Yes.
Do you enjoy the pain, or do you
Um,
dread it, knowing that the ends justify the means?
I don't necessarily dread it. I find that it's like a way that I can connect to myself better. Like it's a meditative experience, and it helps. So I sometimes forget that I have a body, and I'm just like in my head a lot, and I'm just like
A floaty head.
floating thoughts.
Yes.
So having something that brings me into my body in that way is a great experience, even though it is painful. But it helps me like be more connected to myself and more mindful of like, okay, I'm healing this part of my body, so maybe I want to be extra gentle here. And yeah, I love it. It is painful, but it's
a good burn.
yeah, it's a good way to connect with myself.
Willow, any tattoos to speak of?
Just one.
Just one?
Just one. It's a little fairy back here. I got it, I think, when I was 40. It was a spur of the moment.
Have you ever considered a mother-child tattoo?
No.
That could be fun. You did say one time you were thinking about getting like
Yeah,
stuff
yeah.
on your
I was thinking
wrist.
about Bunny here and Gemini here. Yeah.
I think that's nice. We've had, I think we had a guest on some time ago, and they were talking about how they had a mother. It was mother-daughter, like a matching tattoo, and that was just a way for them to feel close. So I was wondering, with your passion and your interest in tattoos, and the fact that you already have one, maybe just add another one to the mix. A little sprinkling right on the wrist. That's nice. What would you, if you weren't going to get a tattoo of Bunny or Gemini, what would your next tattoo be?
I wouldn't.
No.
I'm done.
That's it. The fairy and the sun.
Yeah.
Fair. Let's see. Well, let me go back to my notes on Mother Willow. So, herbs. We talked a little bit about energy, right? Tell me about and yoga. We briefly touched about yoga. Now, how did you get into herbal medicine? When did that become a thing for you? And how do you what is herbal medicine?
It probably became a thing for me around the same time as the energy. Well, a little after the energy, I guess. Again, I don't like going to the doctors. I think the body is a healing thing. It heals itself. You're a whole new person like every 6 or 9 months. All the cells are replaced. It takes time, but you're a whole new person every 6 or 9 months. And that herbs to me is just another, we and plants have a symbiotic thing, right? We breathe out carbon dioxide and they breathe it in. They breathe out oxygen and we breathe it in. We can't live without each other. And we also have to eat them. And they also eat us when we pass, or they used to back in the day when we actually, anyway. I just,
Fortunately, they wait for us to pass.
yes. Yeah.
Except for pineapple. Sorry, that's kind of random.
No, go
Pineapple
on.
has some kind of like enzyme that like digests protein. So if your mouth burns when you eat pineapple, it's because the pineapple is also eating you.
Oh, hope you enjoyed that snack. All right. So just steer clear of vicious pineapple.
But herbalism, herbs are natural, and I don't put chemicals in my body. So it's just a natural segue for me to move into.
So if you only recently discovered your own passion for this, herbal remedies and herbal medicines, but you've always been kind of, staying clear of traditional, or I should say these medicines, right? In the US, what were you doing prior to your own passions for medicine or herbal medicine, but still not, being comfortable with, modern day medicine?
Uh, I was in the modern day medicine stuff. I would get the pap smears and do antibiotics when I needed, but I found out there's another way. It's the ancient way.
So this was what you're saying is initially you subscribed to this I guess this common notion of this modern medicine, but then through your own research and through your own experience in life, you realize that you can accomplish this using alternative means. And that was roughly, you said, about eight-ish years ago.
Mhm.
And have you noticed any change to your quality of life since that time?
Absolutely.
Talk about that.
I went on the AIP, the autoimmune protocol, in 2015, which is for if you have autoimmune disease. Bunny had a couple of issues going on, and I started Googling, and I'm like, oh, all you got to do is, well, I'm going to have to do this first because they're not going to do this stuff. So I did it, but I have no more brain fog. My memory is better than it's ever been. I don't have the send everybody out of the room gas anymore. It's total transformation kind of thing. Yeah.
Where is a good starting point for someone that either has been thinking about it or knows nothing about it?
Throw sugar out. I know a lot of sugar is more addictive than cocaine and heroin. They have done trials with rats, and they prefer the sugar every time. They have pre-addicted the rats to cocaine or heroin, and the rats go for the sugar instead of trying to go for the cocaine or heroin. It's addictive. It doesn't do any good in the body. It's an anti-nutrient. It takes nutrients out of the body, actually. It makes the nutrients not available for the body. Another thing for a lot of people would be wheat. It's not good for the gut microbiome.
There's a doctor that you have a lot of information from. They might like to hear about her.
Sarah Ballantyne, she has written some books and has a website. Right now it's thepaleomom.com, but she's changing to Nutrivore because her job before she stopped working and had babies was she's a medical researcher. And so she used that and made a diet, if you will, called the autoimmune protocol, because she had like 7 autoimmune diseases and had to run around for years with doctors about it's all in your head. We don't know what's wrong. The run around. But she has tons of information on her website.
What is the autoimmune protocol? Diet or lifestyle? What is that? Is there a way to summarize some of the big components to it?
I hate to break it down to yes and no foods, but basically that's what most people are looking for. It's like paleo, except no nuts and seeds, no coffees, because it's a nut or a seed, I forget. Meat, but not like people think when they think paleo. It's basically a plant-based diet. 3/4 of your plate should be plants. And don't be scared of carbs because we need carbs. We sleep better with carbs.
Throwing a coffee would be a challenge for me. Though I'm trying. I was telling him earlier, this is my first day without coffee, right? But
there is a bush / tree that grows in North Carolina that is the only native caffeine-containing plant. It's called yaupon. I think they pronounce it yopon. I don't know, yaupon. And you can make tea from that, and it does have natural caffeine in it. But, so if you're trying to cut down, right, try something that has less caffeine.
And you said no sugar. So what's in place of sugar?
Honey or maple syrup
Or fruit.
Fruit is awesome.
Fruit.
Yeah.
So, I'm thinking, if I'm having if I'm going to have a coffee or if I'm going to have a tea and I want to do a little sweet, and you would put honey in.
Mm-hmm.
Fruit is, that's not something you would use as a mixer. It's more of like an excess. It's just another food, right?
If you want something sweet,
Yeah. Just
fruit is great.
I guess for people who like flavored coffees, you could puree some kind of fruit and put that in your coffee if you like I don't know, raspberry flavored coffee or that type of thing.
I understand that you can turn any recipe into a paleo or AIP version, as well as a vegan version.
I don't know about any recipe, but
most.
I'm
Tell our viewers what that means. So do you actively find recipes that you like, but that feature some of these foods or ingredients that you want to avoid, and so you look at the recipe list and you know exactly how to transform it into something that works for you.
to some extent, yes. I
That
mean,
sounds like a
I'm
very
not
handy
magical,
skill.
but to some extent, yeah.
What are some of your favorite recipes, these AIP or paleo recipes that you based off of a traditional recipe?
The only thing that I make up myself is like soup and stews, that type of thing. But I just discovered a recipe from Sarah Ballantyne for a banana nut muffin, and Bonnie and Herman both are like, "Oh my God, you need to make this again."
It's so good.
I haven't had it and I want you to make it again. What's in it?
Cassava flour, coconut oil, walnuts or pecans, but I used walnuts, and 4 overripe bananas, baking soda, a little salt.
So maple sugar, I think you said.
Yeah, maple sugar. I'm going to try it with maple syrup next time.
Why is it that people are afraid of overripe bananas? You see overripe bananas, like, oh, wait, it's damaged. No, but that's delicious. It's the best kind of banana used for certain things, right?
Yeah.
Cooking.
They're really good in, they're really good in smoothies and desserts. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, people need to respect the overripe banana. It's like
Well, it's okay because they put them on sale, and so I go to that. I go get those.
Oh yeah, shh, don't tell anyone. We're gonna keep that secret to ourselves, and then we can get them on discount. I got you. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Yeah.
Bonnie, when you do you cook or do you make foods? Is that one of your interests or fortes?
Not as often as mommy does, but a lot of times.
Well, yeah, when
she
you
makes
live with her,
something- yeah.
Of course.
But a lot of times when she makes something, she'll make like a meat version, and then I'll like help her make the vegan version.
I
So
love
we'll-
it. I love it because I'll cut up all the things and have them in all the bowls and have everything ready like a cooking show, and then we're side by side, and I'm dumping in the meat and you're dumping in the nuts and
And mushrooms.
mushrooms. Yeah, and
Yeah, we'll like cook next to
my
each
team
other.
cook.
I'm assuming you guys do this naked.
Sometimes.
It's kind of a fear for a lot of people. Well, you don't want
Yeah.
to splash oil on you. You don't want to splash anything hot. You don't want to injure
Yeah.
your body.
Yeah.
So it's you have to pick and choose your battles as far as I need to cook and I need to be naked,
Yeah.
Mhm.
which
Aprons
takes
are helpful.
precedence.
You can kind of be naked, but also cover your sensitive things. that
Make
you
it a
wouldn't wanna-
transparent apron, right? So you can see through it. Like, oh yes, the body. And there it is. I knew it was there all along.
Also protected.
Yes, it's the best of both worlds.
Mhm.
You can be naked behind a little thin shield of anti getting burnt.
Yes.
Very important. I wish I could just cook in general. I'm woefully horrendous. I mean, I can follow a recipe list, but I feel like if you being able to transform recipes like you can, or even just being able to cook from scratch, I think that's really where being a cook or being your artistry for food really can shine. So
My mom has passed, but she used to come to the house, and I'm like, "There's nothing to cook," and she'd open the fridge and open the canned cabinet, and we can make this and this and this and this. It was always delicious.
that sounds nice. That sounds like a nice skill to have. Being able to do that, bringing a
Mhm.
smile to someone's face, being
Mhm.
able, what are you talking about? You got nothing. Look at all this. Hey, you got a whole feast in here.
She knows what
Talking about.
things would go together to taste good. Yeah.
Yeah. So I understand you do a little bit of beading, and you've sewn some impressive quilts, embroideries. It's another big passion. Is that like one of your chief hobbies?
Both my parents were Geminis, so I take things, in cycles and spells, and stuff comes and goes. And I haven't done a whole lot of sewing recently, but I've made a number of quilts. I made them a big one, made Gemini one, made my little sister one. I made some for friends of theirs who were having babies. Made my mom one.
Yeah.
I have a big one on my bed that Herman won't let leave the house.
Yeah. And Gemini and I are going to have to fight over it whenever y'all pass, and it becomes one of ours. We'll have to trade it every year or something.
That's
We'll have to fight
it's
over
like a family heirloom.
Mhm.
You can go back and forth, or you maybe cut it in half and then.
Nope.
No?
Will not cut it.
That's not happening.
No.
Although this way, both of you could
It's
enjoy it
big.
simultaneously.
No, it is big, but
How big is it?
no.
How big?
It's like king size.
It's like king size.
Oh, it's huge,
That's, yeah.
massive.
Mhm.
It took a long time.
Well, it's
And
nice
she-
that. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
She sewed it by hand too. Most of it, like hand sewn, not
How
with
long?
a machine.
A couple years, I didn't like, they were smallish. And so it wasn't, I got to get this done. I got to do this. It was here and there, sewing here and there. It took a couple years.
Yeah, definitely a family heirloom, a beautiful one at
Mhm.
that. It's kind of somber to think about. Well, when you pass, I get but that's the reality. It's like I can't wait for my quilt.
I mean,
So,
it's on their bed now. I can go like look at it
Lay on it,
as soon as we're back home.
roll around in it.
Yeah.
what sort of things, Willow? What sort of things can you recall? Some beautiful memories, that experiences that you've gone through as a direct result of your interest in a nudist lifestyle. Anything beautiful or sort of iconic or anything really fascinating come to mind?
Showers and baths with the babies. Yeah. Yeah.
Was that a special time?
Always, yes. Herman and I started out, well, their very first bath, they hated. Screaming. I was like, we're killing them. I don't know
How old?
what's wrong. Like after bringing
Newborn?
home from the
Okay,
hospital, just
okay.
a week or two, But after that, I was in the tub with them on my lap, and talking and singing and whatever. And they were fine that way.
Little baby bunny babbling.
Mm-hmm.
It's your
And
triple
so
alliteration.
it just evolved into me and Herman having them in the shower with us. And then Jim and I came along, and then it would be all four of us in the shower together. And yeah, that's special.
Oh.
As a matter of fact,
They
had,
mentioned that as well
Okay.
at the start as one of their favorite memories.
it's sweet. I don't even know the words, but yeah, it's
Mhm.
just a sweet, precious time.
One of my earliest memories is mommy washing my hair in the shower. But she had me like propped up on her hips, so she was like holding me, and she would like lean my head back and put her hand here so the water didn't get in my face.
Mhm.
And yeah, that's really special. And a couple years ago, we took some self portraits together and like kind of what's the
Reenacted?
word? Yeah, we like reenacted that earliest memory. So we were like in the shower and like she was washing my hair. So those are really special self portraits.
That's beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. Are there any other memories that come to either of your minds that are very specific to embracing a clothes-free lifestyle? It doesn't have to necessarily be together. It
A
could
few
be
years ago, Jim and I went to my sister's who lived in Eastern North Carolina at the time. And we went out because she was in the country. We went out with a quilt that somebody had made and laid it on the ground. And we're just laying there in the sunshine, naked. My sister, of course, had to come and take pictures because nobody had ever done that in her yard before. But it was sweet.
it's I don't know, funny is the right word, but it's interesting how even the simplest things can be so everlasting.
Mm-hmm.
Because I feel when you shed clothing, you get to focus on it's part of that mentality allows you to focus on other aspects of life,
Mm-hmm.
and you can kind of really tap into those things and remember them. So it's beautiful to hear, and especially from a mother-child perspective, because we haven't had that sort of cohesive family unit on our show before. We haven't had that type of guest yet, so you're our first. It's beautiful. Willow, it's been a pleasure to chat with you.
Thank you. You as well.
What we're going to do is we're going to take a break, and we're going to bring Herman in, and we'll see what Herman has to say about everything. And then at the end, it'll be you and Herman to wrap up our interview segment here at NTR Nudist Talk Radio at the nudism.tv studio. Thank you so much, Willow.
Thank you.
We're going to do 10 seconds.
Hello, everyone. We are back in the nudism.tv studio. We're here with Bunny and their father, Ermin. Hello, Ermin. Welcome
Hi.
to the studio.
Thank you.
Welcome to Nudist Talk Radio, NTR, one of our segments here where we get to find out all about you, poke your brain, pick at it a bit, and see what makes you you, with a special focus on nudism and clothes-free living.
Very well.
It's a pleasure to have you in here officially. I know we've spent some time chatting already about, some of your interests and passions and hobbies and what's brought you here. Now we can actually dive deep. So as Bunny puts it, you are a classic Aries. You are a solution-oriented type A individual. You meditate daily.
This is all true. Very true.
Yes. What else can we add to the legend of Herman?
I do enjoy, I think we talked earlier about bourbon. I'm a big bourbon fanatic.
You have a favorite make, brand, or?
Today, it's Eagle Rare. Yeah, that's been my go-to. The difficult in that is it's hard to get your hands on it.
It really is.
Somebody else likes Eagle Rare too. So,
Yeah.
But I enjoy all bourbons. I enjoy going through them and tasting them. And a lot of people are coming to me now to, would you go here? Would you go there?
You know, the
those kind of
urban,
things.
the urban bourbon connection.
You could almost say that, yeah. But I enjoy the whole part about it. I've read most all the books about it. The 18th Amendment, the 21st Amendment, how we got there, why we got there. It's not just the product for me. It's just the whole history of prohibition, alcohol, the whole 9 yards. So much broader than just bourbon for me. It's a big picture. So, yeah.
How did you get into that? When did that become a? such a
Believe it or not,
passion?
the sad thing about it is for years when I was young, much younger, I would drink vodka, gin, pretty much anything that was available to me in the younger years. And I found that I got sick every time. And when I went in service, I don't know the person that did it. I wished I did know. A person said, maybe you should be drinking brown liquor instead of white liquor, because if I ever drank vodka or gin or tequila, I would throw up. And once I drank brown liquor for the first time, I've never thrown up since, literally. And so, whiskey, and of course that leads you into bourbon. And so it kind of grew to the fact that, wow, this is my product. So that's why I do the bourbon, because number one, my body can tolerate it very well. I enjoy that little light. I'm not one of these people that just cranks down drinks. I enjoy the taste of it,
Sipping it.
sipping it. I mean, I just enjoy the whole, getting with other people that are like-minded. Again, not that just, take 6 shots and then, 40 minutes later they're,
Blasted.
decked out,
Yeah.
So that's kind of my bourbon thing.
That's
I just,
nice.
been that way for a long time. In fact, probably 25 years, I guess, 30 years. Really enjoy the product. So,
That's
and
excellent.
fortunately, in not a bad way.
Yeah.
Because I know people that are true alcoholics, and it's disappointing that they can't enjoy the product, because they do bottles at a time and not just have a drink. So,
Do you have any specific snifters or any kind of glassware that you use for one type of bourbon or a different type of whiskey or scotch or whatever you might be drinking?
I do have tasting glasses, that are made specifically for that, but maybe I'm not that fine because typically I just use the regular shot glass if I'm just doing shots, or I've got what you call low boy cocktail glasses where I put my big cubes in and do that. It's not like I pay for the Riedels or something really high end. I'm again much more for the product than the presentation.
Sure.
So,
I can only imagine that the presentation would in some way help, accentuate, offer you a slightly better experience in
Yeah.
some way. It kind of allows you to delve deep into that. It's like, oh, yes.
well, actually,
Sophistication or whatnot.
when I'm doing bourbons, it's pretty much just as I described, just a cocktail glass. It's funny though, when I drink brandy, I do have a brandy, snifter. You know what I mean? So I go that way with brandy. And
It's nice to put on different hats for different drinks.
Exactly.
Really-
So I do shake it up, some. I don't do mixed drinks. I mean, I got out of that when I started drinking, because another thing I found that any kind of sugars like Tom Collins and those kind of things just upset my body. They just don't care for that. So you learn these things after years of experience.
Listen, there's only one way to learn. It's
Yeah,
through
exactly.
experience. Absolutely. And it's nice that you found something that sits well with you.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
it allows you to really enjoy and appreciate, alcohol, liquor
Mhm.
without any sort of seriously detrimental side effects like that.
Very much.
And granted, it's on glassware. And once all these interviews are done, we'd love for you all to take a look at it. But we have a little merchandise stack to your left, and then there are a few mugs there. It's if it's not too much a crime for you to drink alcohol out of a mug, we would be honored to be part of your next bourbon experience.
In
Really.
fact, I was taking a picture of one of your cocktail glasses earlier because I was not familiar with the name.
The ones that are sitting out there.
The ones that
I
out.
see.
Yeah.
Well, those are just actual cocktail. But we have nudism.tv mugs, all the
Cool.
merchandise here. That's to your left.
Oh,
It's-
yeah.
Fancy
So-
branded
That will
ones.
be, yeah.
So
definitely.
we would be honored if
I-
you would take a drink and maybe even send us a picture at some point. That would be fantastic.
I could do that for
That'd be
sure.
lovely.
I can definitely do that.
So, and as you were talking, I was going to ask about different type of dark. Oh, rum. Have you dabbled with rum? That's another brown liquor, right?
It is not my palate.
Is it a bit too sweet?
Too sweet.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I
too
figured that's
sweet.
where it was going to go.
In fact, Willow enjoys rum.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we'll have Willow back here with you next. And
Yeah.
you can chat about your drinking escapades. or
We can only tell
tasting.
some of those stories.
Yes, of
but-
course, naturally. Yes, this is a family friendly venture here, and
Yeah.
we really can talk about pretty much anything here.
For sure.
So Willow is just in here, and she mentioned that her introduction to a nudist lifestyle started with you, however many years ago. It started with some escapades, maybe outdoors in some woods. Perhaps it was the fall winter time frame. Does this ring a bell at all?
Maybe.
Let's hear your point of view. When was your first nudist experience? When did Herman get into this, if you can recall?
Oh, wow. Well, if I go way, way, way back, my mother caught me and a neighbor child when we were about 5 undressing in a basement because we were going to wash our clothes. And we got in trouble, because we had actually taken our clothes off and put them in the washing machine, when I was like 5 years old. So maybe that was my beginning escapade.
Laundry.
Laundry. Yeah.
Laundry gets you every
It
time.
was an excuse, It's like, we got to get these clothes off. Let's put them in the laundry. We've,
I'm doing laundry, Mom. I'm doing laundry, Dad.
it's okay. It's
Yeah.
okay. That's probably one of my first experiences of being nude. Of course, it got me in trouble at that
But
time.
that was you were nude because you ended up taking your clothes off to do laundry. The point wasn't to get naked. The point was to put the clothing in the laundry.
This is true. This is true.
Granted, technically you were that was because you were naked with someone else
Yeah.
in a place that you typically wouldn't be naked. So the
Yes.
basement, traditionally you're naked when you're taking a shower or when you're sleeping.
Yeah.
Right? Basement, maybe not so much. So I respect that, of course.
I'm trying to think of when. I know that I can remember looking at the Playboy magazines at a farm years and years ago, and so I can remember getting undressed back in those days as well. Those were probably been in the mid '60s sometime.
They're naked. I got to be naked too.
Exactly, pretty much. And, those books were clean, if you will.
Yeah,
You know,
I dare not let
they
this
were
damsel
not-
be naked all on her lonesome. It was
So-
a good
yeah.
move, of course.
So I remember those experiences. I'm trying to think of an experience that Willow and I may have done in the early days. To be honest, nothing's coming quickly to mind on those. So maybe I can get her to remind me of that when
That'll be
when
fun.
we're together, because
That'll be
I'm
fun.
curious what she would recall.
Yeah.
I know that she and I have done beach things together, where we would go out, and we would usually go after school season. So we would be like in September, October timeframes. So what we would do is, go to kind of the abandoned places, and she and I, would get undressed and do our thing and have fun and, ramble on the beach. I can remember those events, several of those throughout the years, what I would call BC, i.e. before children.
And there
So-
really is a BC. You've lived through a considerable amount of it, but I have a 19-month-old at home, and I know for a fact there is a BC.
Oh yes, there's
Maybe
life
I know more
before
about
and
the
there's
BC.
life after.
Yeah, it really is.
No offense,
They do change things.
but
So much
it's
so.
different. It's different. Yeah.
It's surprising how hard that hits you. Well, it hit me hard. Everyone always tells you, oh, once you have kids, everything changes. Once you have
Yeah.
children, everything will change, Eric. Yeah. But then when it happened, holy cow. I mean, the amount of change, it's dramatic.
It's very dramatic. I don't think we realize until we have a child how much you can really love someone and in a unique way.
You don't mind if I steal BC, do you?
Oh, no.
I'll be using that.
That may be a Willow thing, to be honest. I'm not sure if I did that or she did, but we've used it for a long time.
Fine. I'm going to have to co-opt it.
Yeah, it's good. It's
Thank you.
good.
Yes.
There is life before and after, but yeah.
BCAC.
Yeah.
What would the AD version be? What could it? Because BC before children, AD after dealing with children. Hyphenated.
There you go. Let's go with that. Yeah, let's go with that.
So, well, what I'd like to do is go back to finding out some more, picking at your mind, any other memories. It doesn't have to be in the infancy of your, relationship with Willow or anything like that. But any beautiful nude memories that come to mind or places. And you talked about going to the beach, and that sounds lovely. Anything else that you remember doing naked? It could be with just Willow, or it could be as a family unit.
We've had several of those occasions as well. And that was driven by Bunny,
Thanks, Bunny.
because Bunny would have people, obviously at our house, they would use that as a modeling ground, or I'm not sure what you would call it, but and so there's always been people over that were nude, and we have participated in some of those activities. Whether it be just us sitting around as a family, literally talking about things. I'm not sure I even remember some of the conversations specifically. It was more, that Bunny would be filming the group of us, the four of us, talking about this, that, and the other. And those are fun things. And again, it's kind of unique because we don't think most families do that kind of, or don't have that kind of interaction.
Mm-hmm.
Sadly, I think
I think so too.
that we drive these barriers unnecessarily into it. I don't know if you've told the story, the bathroom stuff and the showers.
Yeah.
okay,
We talked about the showers
because-
and how you were part of it in our young years, and
Yep.
you kind of stepped away while we were in
Yep.
school.
It was concerning because other people's, we're doing it so innocently, and it's so disappointing that any word, something so simple as if they were in school and may have said something like, yeah, I was in the shower with my dad, and that could just, in today's world, just go off in such the wrong direction, which is not necessary or not true.
It's not true at all. And it's unfortunate. I don't want to say that I understand. I mean, I understand why. There has to, it boils down to society norms, right?
Yes.
It's what society, Mr. and or Mrs. Society deemed appropriate or inappropriate, and then that gets, kind of filtered down through everyone.
Right.
But not everyone subscribes to that.
No.
You go to, like, in Europe, for example, it's nudity, familial nudity is much more commonplace than it is in America. America is just a much more conservative space with regards to nudity, and that's
Yeah.
evidenced by literally anything.
Yeah. In fact, I was surprised the first time I went to Europe was in 1980 in service, and you turn on the TV over there and you're instantly seeing commercials
Yep.
for soaps, and you're seeing full nudity on television, and coming from the US, that was like, where am I?
Yeah.
I mean, seriously,
No,
because we
absolutely.
look at it so differently.
The wrong lens.
The wrong way. Yeah. The wrong lens.
So Bunny mentioned how you sort of excuse yourself for considerable amount of time just to protect your family.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's, admirable move. Unfortunate that had to be the case.
Yeah.
Do you regret doing that? Do you regret not spending that time with your family? Or do you wish that you said, screw these deniers or these doubters, whatever, I'm going to live how I want to live?
After seeing other people have to deal with how things like that get mistaken, I don't think I regret taking that void, because I would have hated to have put the family through. I don't know if it would have been worth that for me, I enjoyed that time, that family time, because we did it routinely, up until I and this was a mutual discussion that Willow and I had. It's like, it's concerning. As a matter of fact, one of the things that kind of it just dawned on me that brought that to the forefront was something that Bunny did at home at about that time. We were walking.
What did I do?
We were walking, and the dog. How's this go?
I don't even know what you're going to
Yes,
say.
you do.
What?
Yes, you do. A dog hiked up to pee or something, but it was a male dog, and you could see its little, peen eye. And Bunny made a statement, just a random statement. Daddy's got one,
Oh,
and we were with the people that had their dog out walking on the wall because when this statement was made, and you may have been 5 or 7 or something. I don't know, probably young,
younger,
4, yeah.
probably.
But and that's the innocent statement of a child. And some of that was in the discussion that Willow and I had when I made this decision it's not your fault, but it's just that innocent statement that could be made that could be taken so incorrectly.
So this statement, Daddy's got one. Did those people say something, or did they react?
They laughed.
Okay.
This was neighbors, and it was very, it was nobody went. There was not even a discussion about it. It was just they chuckled and we moved on.
How did this? Because was this the first time that Bunny had made a reference to anything like that?
The best I can recall, yes.
Okay, well then I guess I could understand, because if nothing happened, why would that all of a sudden be this turning point?
The catalyst or something.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think that was part of it at that time. That we were doing these showers together and that kind of thing.
I wonder what our viewers would think. Is that an overreaction? Is it an underreaction? Is showering with family
Taboo.
a great thing? Is it taboo? Is
Right.
it it's an interesting debate point. But one thing is for sure is that you guys did it beautifully, in a way that now years later there's all these beautiful memories. In
True.
fact, Willow was here and she said that one of her favorite memories, with respect to nudism, were those showers and
Yeah.
washing Bunny's hair, and she was on the verge of crying. I could almost see a tear form.
Yeah.
So
It was a very innocent time, it was because they were very young, and it was a family thing. Yeah, literally, it was especially from a nude standpoint. You know what I'm saying? Not even thinking of it from a nude standpoint, but just a family time as a unit. It was very closeness at that time, building what I would think would be memories or closeness within the family.
Mhm.
So
were you growing up? Did you have you didn't have any sort of similar nudist experiences growing up, correct?
No.
And neither did Willow. So it's interesting that it's not late in life, but it's interesting that at the stage that you guys were in is when all of a sudden you said, okay, let's do this, and this became kind of this family bonding time.
Well, Willow may have talked about it when you were with her, but we discussed between us things like the vagina is the vagina. We're not going to give it all these foreign names. The penis was the penis, and you know what I'm saying? Because a lot of families even distract from our bodies. Just even describe the bodies. You come up with all these other acronyms and things that are identifying the body that are not truly what they are called. So again, she and I discussed specifically that we were not going to do those kind of things. We weren't going to shelter them from the actual words of what these body parts are.
And Bunny, do you appreciate that decision was made?
Oh, definitely.
Do you think that helped to, was your upbringing and the way you were raised better as a result of that decision?
I think so. Like Gemini and I both have always been able to talk to our parents about like anything without fear of repercussion. The only, I guess, maybe slightly concerning thing would be like if we had a question that we didn't actually want an answer to, and if we asked it, they would actually answer it. So if we didn't want the answer, we shouldn't ask.
Should I ask an example of a question, or?
I don't like, if I don't know, asking about like your sex life or something, if we didn't actually want to know,
But the point is, you could ask.
Yeah, we could ask and they would honestly answer us to the best of their ability. Or if they don't know the answer, they would try to find the answer for us so they could tell us. Because, yeah, I think the level of communication with us has always been really great. And I think not having to like flower words, not having to
Pamper them. And
yeah, was really helpful. I've heard things like some places like schools and stuff might have trouble finding out about abuse in a home if a child doesn't know the actual word for their body parts, and they'll say like my kitty, some other word, and they might be trying to like say something wrong is happening in the home, but they don't have the right words. People don't understand what's actually happening. So yeah, I think using the right words for things is really important, and I'm glad that my parents did that.
And you guys clearly have a level of understanding and communication and love that is, I think, is seldom seen. So it's admirable, envious a little bit. Can't help but imagine how life would be, nicer having that same, transparency essentially, and not this barrier between, a parent figure and a child figure, but more of like this loving peer. So I think that's very special.
I don't know how much of it is a growing thing, but I mean, I obviously never had this type of relationship or discussion or any of this with my parents, and as you become a parent, you make conscious choices whether you will mimic what you came through or whether or not you create your own path. And I think that's one of the things that Willow and I, to break out of that mold, we had ideas that what would be important to us in those type of discussions. So
I think it's difficult to break out of a mold, especially, you do what you know, right? And so if what you know is what you grew up with, and all of a sudden you have your own children and you want to do something else, it's just hard.
Yeah.
And so, but again, admirable that you can break out of a mold, and that applies to anything, right? Not just.
Absolutely.
I mean, there's so many ways that we can, we grow up in our own way, and we want what's best for our offspring. We want what's best for our children. So you analyze, well, what did I go through in life? What did I enjoy? What did I not enjoy? And even after having that sort of thought analysis, it's still difficult to act in such a way where you can filter out the good from the bad. Mm-hmm. It's nice that you're able to do it, at least in this regard. I think it's beautiful. I think it is unique. It is definitely not, very prevalent. But most of our guests, I shouldn't say most, probably half of the guests that we've had on the show so far had some positive nudist experience with their parents. Sometimes their parents are completely not that they're not interested, but that's not, there's no comfort with that, right? They never grew up with it. They never got into it. So their children might be into it, but they themselves are not. Though they respect their children. They say, that's fine. It's great that you do that. It's not something they can get into.
Right.
So it's unique, and I think it's very special. You guys can enjoy that as a family unit. I understand that you were, I've heard about this haircutting ritual now a few times now, and it's something that you and Willow had been doing for quite some time.
Quite a while.
And now Bonnie gets to enjoy as well.
Yeah.
And I think that's also another special thing that you guys get to do as a family. What other things you get to do as a family while naked? Or even not while naked, but if there's any other sort of nudist activities that you guys share, we'd love to hear about it.
I'm trying to think of other things that we've gotten involved in on the nude side. The haircutting thing is, for Willow and I, not so much with Bunny and Jim and I, but we've spoiled each other a lot, Willow and I. I enjoy looking at her body. I love seeing her nude, always. And so not only do we do the haircutting thing, but my nails, I mean, she cuts my nails, and that's another treat, for me. She enjoys doing it. I enjoy receiving it. And again, her body's part of that to me. So
you're just looking for anything, literally any excuse to see her naked.
Yes.
I can't reach that in the cut. Can you also do that naked? That's nice. Very clever.
Well, it's almost that way. I mean, because even as long as we've been together, I mean, she still excites me. You know what I'm saying? I mean, of course, she doesn't have to be naked for me to be excited about her, because we love each other that much. But
you guys are coming up on your 38th
Yeah.
anniversary.
Congratulations.
Just in a
couple of weeks. Yeah. And again, I'm always touching her body. I'm always, it's funny if she's in the bathroom more than 3 minutes. Usually, I'm going to come in there because I'm curious if she's getting ready to get in the shower because it gives me an opportunity to see her again before she gets in the shower. I mean, and it's funny how the timing after you've been together for a long time, you kind of okay, what is she doing? So
Bunny, if you're like, Dad, leave Mom alone. No.
almost. Well, that's really Willow. Give me some space. So
We'll hear from her
yeah,
soon
we'll
enough.
see. Yeah,
We'll get the two of you together.
Yeah.
I mean, she can give us all the dirt, the real scoop.
yeah. Bunny, back to your original question, I guess. Bunny has probably been more of the driver for the interaction between the family unit.
She's the nudist gatherer. So
Yes,
that makes
in
sense.
In fact, I think specifically that is what Bunny is.
Of course.
So yeah, but
we're somewhat of a nudist gatherer ourselves.
looking forward to seeing more of that.
I mean, we've got you here and other guests, and so it's lovely to meet, someone eye to eye that is eye to eye on that sort of a topic point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very much, very much. So
It's nice that one of your children is such a big component and such a force for this, so this nudist lifestyle.
very much so, very much so. I'm just, it's amazing how they say when the student is ready, the teacher will come.
Mhm.
Well, it's funny that Bunny found out about this and got involved in this because they were already so far along in the process. So it's again, I think it's just amazing how it all, Earth kind of and nature and the world just kind of rotates in just the right direction.
Yeah.
And you've been active with bunnyluna.com for a while, right? Is
Yeah.
bunnyluna.com, would your website be kind of is that kind of like your home base for anything that you do?
Mhm.
So when did you create that website?
I think it was late 2018 when I put it together. I previously had a Patreon and I'd gotten flagged several times and was tired of having someone else having like problems with me posting nude on the like public part of because originally Patreon started and nudity was totally cool. They had sex workers on there and they like slowly got more and more strict, like, no like sex worker type things, no public nude images like on the pages that people can see without paying, things like that. So I like got flagged a couple of times, and I was just tired of having that kind of thing, relying on another place that could make more rules and essentially kick me out.
And you don't know what's going to happen next week, next month.
Yeah. So I built my own website and have that as my home base for everything now.
Smart. Now, something that you had mentioned, actually wanted to ask earlier, and now we'll get right into it. You had mentioned that you were a nude model before, but that's not something that you're doing anymore.
Not really, no.
And why is that?
It feels different now that I don't consider myself a woman. Like, most of the nude modeling I did was either with like for friends or for other like we call it modelographers, so people that are models and photographers, or for people who would hire me to do like model for projects and stuff. And most of the people that hire me are usually like cis het men, and they usually like their like perception of me is as a woman because of the body that I have. And even though like, I mean, you get paid pretty well to be a model, but to me, it's not worth the money for someone to like see me as something that I'm not and expect me to like perform femininity when that's not fun for me.
So when you say perform femininity, and we're talking about the scope of just modeling nude, right? In what way would you be expected to perform in a feminine fashion while modeling nude?
So sometimes they'll want to like have me in pearls or something, or do really feminine poses, or just be in like an environment that like assumes that I'm a woman. Those kinds of things. It no longer is fun for me. So I am more willing to pose for self-portraits for myself because I'm seeing myself through the lens of me, and I'm not like being perceived as something that I'm not. And I'm also sometimes willing to pose for friends if I already know them and like know that they respect me for who I am and won't try to put me into like a role that is not for me.
So if I can ask, and if there is such a thing as a feminine pose and there is such a thing as masculine poses, what would be what is a comfortable pose for you then? What would that consist of?
I mean,
I'm just asking from the standpoint of, let's say you find yourself in that unicorn modeling event where whoever's running it has you pose in ways that only make you feel comfortable.
mhm.
What would that consist of?
I mean, it depends on where I am and what I'm doing, but I think a lot of it is not necessarily the pose itself, but it's the perception of the person behind the camera. Um, I I feel like when someone is photographing me and they have a certain expectation of me, especially if they're paying me to do a job, I want to meet that expectation because I'm doing my job and I'm doing what they're hoping. And a lot of times when it's like a cishet man and they don't understand my gender, they're just like, yeah, be pretty. Yeah, be beautiful. Yeah, be super curvy and try to do like poses that are, like the S curve and stuff like that. And while like I do still enjoy doing poses like that, it's the like gaze coming through the camera, through the photographer, that makes me uncomfortable, if that makes sense.
Is there any sort of, are you in touch with, or is there a resource for non-cis photographers or non-cis modeling agencies?
Not like specific groups or agencies that I'm aware of, but I just know that there's like a lot of, I don't know if there's like a home base or like a database. There isn't one that I know of. But posing for like women photographers and non-binary photographers and trans photographers is usually much more comfortable for me, just because I know that they're capable of seeing me for myself instead of seeing me as something that they think I am, but I'm actually not.
I ask this because I'm fairly certain that at some point there, if you're interested, there could be a way to do a sort of a photo shoot within nudism.tv by someone that, that's been in your shoes, that's aware of, these feelings and understands what you're going through, and they could put together, a certain type of shoot that really just melds perfectly with what you're looking for.
Mhm.
Because we're becoming more in touch with a lot of people that are nudists of all flavors.
Yeah.
And so that's just, every new guest adds to the portfolio, and then it's friends of friends, right? Because, we met Elsa, who knows Lior, who knows you, and Rory, or however these relationships work, right? And people, there's multiple groups of people that know each other, but it's this network that we're building,
Yeah.
both intentionally and unintentionally. And I think that could be a great resource down the line.
Mhm.
I always tell our guests, it's not the first time that it's the first time we're meeting, but hopefully it's not the last time we're meeting,
Yeah.
because there's no reason that it should be the last time. But no, thank you for taking time to explain that. It makes sense. You feel a little bit out of your skin, kind of in a way faking it,
Mhm.
or being or acting in a way that's really unnatural for you.
Right.
So I can understand that, and I didn't have that, and now I know.
Yeah. I've done it enough in the past and being uncomfortable and still not totally understanding my gender before that, but still feeling uncomfortable with it, that like I've done it enough. I'm kind of done doing that. I'm ready to do stuff that's more me.
And it's important to be comfortable, because if you're uncomfortable, that'll come through the photo very, very clearly.
Exactly.
So, yeah. Tell me something else, Armin. Tell us something else interesting about you.
Gosh.
Exactly.
Interesting.
Gosh, there's so much to pick.
No,
How
no
do you
kidding.
pick?
I got
So many
stories.
stories.
Yeah, it's endless for me. Things like this I enjoy. To me, I like meeting new people. I like doing new things. It's kind of that type A, keep moving it forward, keep growing, keep learning. So for me, I'm the kind of guy that if you go to a party, it's a good chance I'll leave with somebody to go to another party. Even if it's completely different, just meeting new people and new things. So that's one of my things. Willow would never know, when we meet someone, what we're doing next. I'm not sure if that keeps her scared or keeps her excited, but
Always on her toes.
always that she would quote that for sure, because that's what we do. In fact, we joke, just coming up here is a new experience. It's just something else to do. We try not to get in a mold, where it's like this is the box and you don't get out of it. We're just the opposite. We're looking for the access points, or I am anyway, to venture out. And we have lots of stories where we've gotten involved in things that were completely unintended. I mean, not planned at all, but at the end of them, fortunately, everyone's safe. Everyone had a good time. And I'm not speaking sexual either. I'm just talking about things that would happen and take us in a path that was really interesting. And of course, at the end of the day, it was like, whew, boy, that was checking that off the box. It's like, just very interesting things.
Excluding today, what's the last thing you checked off the box?
Oh gosh.
And I'm making a bold assumption that today is a checkbox for you.
Oh, for sure.
But
Yeah.
tell me the last thing you checked off. Wow. Or something recent that you can recall.
Actually, coming up here we had an experience. The interstate was blocked. It took us on a detour that was a snake path that literally only one car could go through. And we were talking about, okay, taking you on another adventure, that kind of thing. I'm trying to think of what.
Bunny, anything come to mind?
Yeah. Give me one of my stories I need to repeat.
Yeah. Remind Herman over here.
There's that time you invited people to the house to hang out at the fire pit, and that one person was thinking it was something that it was totally not.
That was a true experience. We were actually at a wine tasting. This goes back, I don't know, 7 or 8 years ago. And it was a group of us, it was 6 of us. And we were ready to go back to the house to start doing some bourbon and the fire pit and those kind of things. Very innocent, and we're standing up at the register at our local bar, if you will. People knew it was kind of like Cheers. And a female come along and kind of what a guy that was with us that was not a couple, she rubbed his butt like on the way to the bathroom. And he was like, that was interesting, because he had actually been, assaulted, if you will, by this female that we didn't know.
This was an intentional maneuver?
Oh, on her part, for sure. Well, then she had picked up on enough of the conversation that when she came back by, she said, so where are y'all going? I mean, she engaged herself into our conversation because we were trying to get the checks cleared and leave.
This was at a wine tasting.
This was at a wine tasting.
Yeah.
And then me and my venture outside the box, we're going to my house to have some bourbon, do some drinking. You want to come? She said, well, I'm with 2 others, my husband and my boss. I said, that's fine. I said, you're welcome to come join us. I said, we're only 2 miles away. So literally, of course, the other 6 of our party, like,
Who is this?
What have you done? Who are these people?
Classic Herman.
Classic Herman. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we go through this, and I said, look, guys, there's 6 of us, there's 3 of them. We're good. I mean,
We outnumber them, no problem.
We could do this. So sure enough, they follow us to the house, and we get. Should I tell the whole story?
I don't know.
Tell us the whole
Whatever you
story.
feel comfortable.
So it became. We get there, and sure enough, it was her husband and her boss, and we're around the fire pit, and I decided to go in with very elementary introductions. It was like, well, this is so and so and so and so, and this is my husband, this is my boss, and blah blah. And I said, well, let me run in, and we had just started drinking. Help me, Bonnie.
What?
The limoncello.
Oh, limoncello.
Limoncello.
Love
We had gotten
limoncello.
turned on to it, and we had a friend of ours was actually making it. So he's making limoncello. So I said, well, we had just made a fresh batch. It was in the freezer. So I said, well, let me run in. I'll get us some shot glasses, which we have some fancy shot glasses. So I'm inside in our house getting the glasses all wrapped up in my finger, because I'm
Yeah,
trying to
a
carry
bunch of
all
them.
these glasses, and I had the cello under my arm. Well, the woman, Angela, that's the best I can give you her name.
Fine.
She comes in with what was going to be a bathroom run. I'm standing in our kitchen, literally unable to do anything. I mean, my hands are
Hands
full
and
of
arms
shot.
full of glassware.
I've got glassware and I got a bottle under my arm. And she proceeds to kiss me, tongue down throat,
What?
in my kitchen, right? And I'm like, I need to get on back outside. In other words, I'm extremely uncomfortable with this. In fact, the first thing I did was looked out the window, which is facing the fire pit. I'm thinking,
Did they see?
Did they see this? Well, then by the time I get back outside, they're giving me the story of what Angela had just done to one of our other female people that were there. She had reached her hand down into her blouse. So this
Just so right out there at the fire pit.
right out there at the fire pit. So by the time I got out there, they're telling me the story of, what just happened to Susan? And I'm saying, look, guys, there's more to the story. So I'm like, so we finally got calmed down. We all had shots. We're cool. Everything's great. And it was fun. It was interesting. We're not sure what's going on. Well, then the next word, everybody settled down. We had a shot, maybe a couple. And then this Angela says, so where's the smoke? So the only reason they had came was to smoke pot. And we don't do pot.
As the younger generation says, Angela B. Wilden.
We do bourbon, so I'm fine with people that do that. I'm not opposed to it. So anyway, they may have been at the house a total of 8 minutes.
But it felt like an hour and a half.
I'm serious. Literally, they got there, they pulled up. We had all this adventure in the first 5 minutes.
Hand down the blouse, tongue in the mouth, where are the smokes?
No pot. We're out. It was that quick.
Have you ever seen Angela again?
Have not.
Angela, if you're watching. Hello. I don't know. I felt like I may have said something funny, but now.
But it's those kind of things, though, that to me are just, it's not made up story. I mean, this for real. But to me, those are adventures.
That is an adventure, and it's great that you are part of them. And it seems like adventures have been, wherever Herman is, adventure sure to follow.
It's not unlikely.
Yeah.
Listen, that sounds amazing, and thank you for sharing that. It was very very lively, and I almost felt like I was there with her tongue down my throat.
I mean, it was.
Surprise.
Of course, Willow got a kick out of this. I mean, she was like,
How about Angela's husband? Do you get a kick out of this?
we think that Angela was the queen of that show.
I like that.
Meaning, I
He
don't.
didn't have a say in the matter.
I don't think that they had any points of discussion.
All right, well,
So
all
I
right.
think that was an interesting little trio, which we're fine by that. But
Did you, Bunny? Did you ever meet this individual? No.
Mm-mm.
Uh,
Yeah, I wasn't there on that.
Yeah,
one.
this was
Maybe next time.
an adult adventure.
Nice.
We'll call. But then these you don't plan. I mean, that's kind of the
Yeah.
whole essence of them, that they are unscheduled, unplanned, and
Eyes
know.
open for adventures.
yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm excited to see what sort of adventures you find yourself, here in Cleveland, here working with us and sharing with us. And we hope that this ends up being, a next talking point for you. Guess what I did last week? I drove to Cleveland and I was X, Y, and Z.
Yeah.
That would thrill us to no end.
We will be sharing.
Yes,
for sure.
I would love to. I would it would be nice, just to get like a nice, get some of that Eagle Rare and just sit with you and drink and sip and just listen to some of your stories. I feel like it'd be an endless font of learning and entertainment and a good night,
Yeah.
to say the least. We're going to take a break and we'll be back. Herman, you're going to be back and Willow will come back and we'll get a chance to chat with the parents. Bunny, it's been a pleasure to have you
Pleasure to
on
be
our
here.
studio for NTR Nudist Talk Radio. You've given us a great deal of insight and information, and we'll take good care of your parents. I promise.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
anyone to feel left out. It's just we're working with limited space. So, all right, parents. Is this view good over here on this side, Todd?
Mhm.
It looks good from my end. You guys ready? Hello again. We are back at the nudism.tv studio. My name is Eric, and I am joined by Willow and Herman for NTR, Nudist Talk Radio. We had a chance to speak with both of you and Bunny earlier, and now we decided to just bring the two of you in together. Hello, guys. You have a beautiful family.
Thank you.
A lovely family, and we are so fortunate to have been introduced to you guys and had an opportunity to bring you into our studio to pick at your brains and see what makes you tick. Truly a unique family dynamic, one that I think is it's a beautiful family dynamic, and it's a special one. And while many may think that certain elements may be taboo, I perceive it as a level of closeness that just not everyone's capable of. How'd you two meet? Let's go back to whatever year that was.
My older sister introduced us. He was next door neighbors to a couple who were friends with my sister.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I was going through a separation, divorce, and was just seeking to
Have fun.
have fun, get back out in the world again. I had been married for 8 years. And again, the neighbor's best friend was her sister. And so I had reached out to her, and we went out to dinner a few times, a couple of movies, that kind of thing. And I don't remember the date, but I remember it was a Sunday. We were talking, and she said, I've got somebody I want you to meet,
Because she was really very religious at that time.
Yeah.
And
not exactly in my vein, but so I go over there, and we had actually met because I had like New Year's parties that she had been to with a boyfriend or something. And I had seen her over at my neighbor's house because she knew them as well. But that was the extent of that. And then, we in fact met that afternoon on a Sunday, and it's kind of like the rest is history. I mean, because we really just hit it off right off the bat, So
Do you remember where your first date was?
Godfather's Pizza.
Oh, that was quick.
Yeah.
Have you rehearsed that? Be honest.
No.
Good for you. Good for you. What kind of pizza did you get?
I don't know. The thing that got us was the
Ah.
signs on all of the tables saying that it was not grease, it was cheese
Juices. But that was because there was just heavy meats and it would almost drip
Lot of
when you turn up
cheese and-
and literally they
Cheese
they,
juice.
they
Yeah.
kind of bragged on it. This is not grease. This is cheese
Cheese
juice.
Listen, juice is healthy. I get it. Cheese juice.
So
Yeah, we call it. It's not it's not laundry detergent. It's laundry juice. It's not any liquid. Is just a juice.
right.
Anything to health it up. I get it. That's smart for them. Cheese juice.
But we ended up from there. I want to say maybe that evening we went to a
The
club.
wagon wheel.
The bag, yeah.
Mhm.
Listened to some music, danced a while. I think I convinced her, maybe not convinced is the right word, to go back to my room with me. At the time I was living in housing, base housing at the base. And yeah, that was hooked ever since.
Aw. Who hooked who more? Did you hook him or did he hook you more?
What do you mean? I mean, we've had our ups and downs. We've been together almost 38 years. And of course, we've had our ups and downs. We've had our rough spots. We've had the time where just him breathing beside me in the bed at night would piss me off. But we've worked through it,
Yeah.
and we're in a really sweet time.
Kind of back to the family stuff earlier talking. One of the things that she and I have both done, almost to the word aggressively, is we're very open and we're very honest. You know, I
With
mean,
our
there is no
kids.
airs, there is no fronts, there's no fake person here. You're going to get, it may not be what you want, but you're going to get who I am.
Yeah, when they were little, I said, if you don't want to know the answer, don't ask.
I think we heard that earlier.
Yeah, Bunny just mentioned
Yeah.
that they were just a little bit had a bit of trepidation with regarding asking father questions because they knew you asked the wrong question, you're gonna get a little bit TMI maybe.
Yeah,
Mhm,
exactly. I
mhm.
mean, it's because we've not tried to shelter them, but then between us is the same thing. What I learned in the first 8 years of being married,
In the first marriage.
in the first marriage, was, I think too many of us put on airs for the other, and you are not who you
Truly are.
truly are.
Mhm.
You're trying to fit the mold that's to fit someone else, and you're trying to stay within your own rims or your bounds, but at the same time, you're doing things that may not necessarily be you to accommodate someone else. And that is something that she did not get. Meaning,
He told me from the start.
I have never
This is
been,
who I am.
uh,
You get what you get.
I've not tried to hide what I like, what I enjoy, who I am. I mean, I'm respectful. You know what I'm saying? I'm not out to offend anyone or do anything, but I'm not going to cater to make you happy.
That's amazing that you can be that way. I think that's admirable. I think it's brave. I think it's not easy. Maybe you would say it's only natural to you.
Aries.
Aries.
Aries, there it is.
But no, but honestly, people that get to know me well, I'm not gonna engage in a conversation on the front end to please someone else. Because there are conversations that people know that they don't want to engage me on. You see what I'm saying? In other words, and I have friends, especially in the work world. I mean, because I've worked in corporate America for the last 35 years, and I have good friends who they can kind of give me the eye because they know that the conversation is probably, they don't want to ask me, and I'm typically in those conversations not engaging because I don't agree.
Don't open up that can of worms.
Exactly, because I'm not going to leave my presence and who I am just to say yes to the group.
No pulled punches with Herman.
I just don't go there.
Well, one small example was I don't remember her name, redhead. She's pregnant. She
Not
always
God.
had long, beautiful hair. She got it cut and came into work, and the two of them were working together all day.
We spent together all day, and she had beautiful. I mean, like when I had seen her
Wow.
last, and it had been like 5 or 7 years earlier. I mean, her hair was red and beautiful and down to her waist. I mean, just
She whacked it
gorgeous.
off.
Well, anyway, when she showed up that morning, we were going to spend the day together putting equipment out in the field. I hadn't seen her in years. And the first thing I noticed is, I mean, her hair was, just,
Short.
I mean, completely gone. So I never really said anything. I mean, I just worked and we'd spent a day together. Well, then here it is. We've been together
end
for
of the
6
day,
hours and we're done. And
She says,
she asked
So
me,
Herman,
you haven't said anything about my hair. I'm sorry. I just, it's not really for me. I don't know if I said I don't like it. I don't.
I remember you telling me, you said, I prefer long
For-
hair.
yeah,
She just busted
Oh, she
out
started.
crying.
She started crying, and if
pregnancy
you can't say
hormones
something
and-
nice, you shouldn't say nothing. I mean, she literally just scolded me. And I'm sorry. I mean,
I mean, that's not even that. Yeah, if you're pregnant, the hormones are going wild. That's not even that wild of a thing. I thought this was going to be about religion, politics, about something people actually get into fisticuffs over.
It
Yeah.
hurt her feelings.
Yeah. Well, anyway, the very
That's-
next morning,
Yeah.
she called me. It was apologizing to me for raking me through the coals at that very moment. And of course, I said, "You're fine." I said, of course, I attributed it to the pregnancy and the hormones and the whole.
I think she did too.
You know what I mean? But again, I thought that when she showed up at 9:00 in the morning,
But
but
you kept your mouth
I'm not going to
shut.
volunteer anything. I'm not going to say, "What'd you do to your hair?"
And it just so happens that over those next 6 hours, her hair didn't grow back to that waist length.
So, and when she asked me about it, I was honest, painfully honest.
And it seems like, if this is who you are, it couldn't stand a reason that she already knew this about you.
Yeah,
Granted,
this is
she hadn't
true,
seen
too.
her in years.
I hadn't seen her in years, but
If I don't see you for 5 or 7 years, I will remember you the way you are today, and I will know not to ask you about my hair.
Yeah.
All right.
So,
Put that out
but,
there.
yeah.
Fair.
But the whole thing to me, though, is communications. I think that's what's allowed us to, because we've had some rocky roads, and each time you go through those situations, when you get to the back end of it, I mean, you look back and all it did is elevate the bar.
That's nice.
I'm serious, because I really think that I think people give up. You have some kind of big blow up and it's a big deal at the moment and it's super big. Well, the next thing you know, you're separated and then you're going through a divorce. And
That's
come
what
on,
happens
guy,
in the movies.
but I think if you can be upfront, be honest, be candid, don't be harsh, don't use bad words and, put the other one down or anything like that. But when you go through those things on the back end, it really, because we are very close. I mean, but I don't think we would be had we not had
Right.
some of the trials that we've gone through.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, you temper steel and it gets stronger, right?
Yeah.
And this communication that you have is unprecedented. I think it's a testament to 38 years of a successful marriage. Congratulations again. And I'm 38 years old myself, so around the time you got together, I was like, "Hello, world." But
yeah,
in my own journey of wisdom, or whatever you want to call it, I've found that communication really is one of the most important things, and that's something that without, so much is doomed.
Yeah.
But you really set a new bar for the level of communication, and I think it's very admirable. How's it been raising a family with this nudist approach?
I love it.
yeah.
I loved it. I wanted to have 6 kids. I also wanted the babies in the bed with us. Yeah, I just raise them naturally, I think. But Herman was like, "No, the babies are in the bed. We're never having sex again. Never having sex again. So they need their own room. They need their own space." Which, I mean, that's wise.
I don't remember whether I saw this on a program. I don't remember whether I read it, but maybe in my areas and my technical, my engineering, my everything, it made sense to me. And it was the fact that children, you do need to give them all of you, to a point. You want to, because the reality is, if you're going to be together for the rest of your life, right? And I'm speaking of the couple, because the kids are good. If you do your job correctly, you're teaching them to go out of the nest and to grow their own family and to do their own thing. And that's 20 years on average. Well, if you're going to be together for 50 or 60 or 75 years, they're only a
A small part. Yeah.
of your life together. So I think it's sad that a lot of parents, and I'm going to put as much blame on the male and the female, I think it's shared, where if you devote your life to the children to the point that it erodes
This relationship.
this relationship right here, then that marriage is going to be doomed. And I've known many men in my corporate world that have done that very thing. I mean, they've
Their job
invested
became
everything, into the children, and a parent goes to all the games, does all the stuff, does everything this, and their life, it could be the male, it could be the female, but they're dedicated their life for those 20 years and nothing to the relationship of the couple. And at the end, when the children go to college,
They look at each other.
they
and,
look at, there's
"Who are
nothing
you?"
there.
Yeah.
And I didn't want that to happen. So that's one thing. I don't want the kids in the bedroom. I mean, that's not where
Some
they
good
belong.
foresight. Yeah, I mean, if you neglect something long enough, it may not even be apparent, but then the kids are gone, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, super parent.
Yeah. So part of it, of our journey, to me, again, Mr. Anal, right, and planning and forecasting and looking and watching and reading, and part of this was driven by me to kind of end up where we are, if you will, and the fact of letting our children be who they are, and supporting whatever it was that they were involved in.
Mhm.
Neither of them were really big collegiate schooling stuff was not. They did what they needed to. They got through it. But it's not like they want to become doctors or, I mean, their interests were, different paths than maybe we would have chose or I would have chose. But I'm excited for them. I'm glad they found things that they are passionate about and that they like to do.
And that's really it, right? You just it brings you, this level of joy just seeing people that you love finding a passion,
Absolutely.
especially with kids. I've got a newborn, so it's difficult to, she loves Finding Nemo. I mean, Finding Nemo is pretty nice, but it's difficult for a 19-month-old to express passions.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I guess they do, but it's different, right?
Yeah.
So I can only.
And it will grow and change.
Yeah, it'll grow and change. So I can't really truly speak from experience, but I can almost imagine how beautiful and successful you must feel when your children are as successful as they are,
Yeah.
and have found passions and something that they're so deeply involved in and believe in and are successful with. Bunny with their website, and Gemini with the entrepreneurial spirit and getting into the farmer florist. I think it has to be, after looking back after all these years, you've done it. And your marriage is intact. So way to go, Herman. Way to go, Willow.
Yeah.
Job, you two. Pat yourselves on the back. Where do your adventures take you next? You guys travel, by the way? You guys travel a lot? You guys go out and about?
Some
We have traveled.
pre-COVID.
Right. Sure.
Pre-COVID.
Pre-COVID. Yeah, we're not.
Yeah,
we're not-
I mean, we've
We're fixing to go to Savannah.
That's right. That's your anniversary
trip.
in early November.
Yeah.
Gave me spoiled it for me.
We've done some big adventures. We spent 15 days in the UK
Yeah.
in 2010.
Yeah. That was awesome.
On our 25th, we did the Hawaii thing.
Mhm.
I mean, we've with my military background and her being in the military too. I mean, she's had some adventures that were pretty unique.
Mhm.
Like what?
Went to Washington State to survival school. Also went to South Carolina to their water survival school.
Spent 3 days in a POW camp.
I mean, that's so you went to these survival schools for any specific reason? Or?
Training to become a trainer for the air crew. My job was taking care of the pilots and crew helmets and masks and those type of things. And I started training for chemical warfare stuff.
Wow. But that's all behind you now?
Oh, way.
Way behind you. Oh, long ago. I'm trying to, I don't know, I don't want to make too many assumptions.
But that put us through experiences.
Yeah.
Because she was in the field for what, 10 days or something when you were doing the
A
survival
week.
training.
Yeah.
And she had a chance to go to Italy. She was in Italy for 2 weeks.
With the reserves. Yeah.
I mean, I did Europe every year for 6 or 8 weeks, and got that experience over there. And then we had the opportunity to go back to the UK in 2010 with our neighbors. Had a wonderful time. It was just a fun trip. Probably one of our most
Well, in
memorable.
Yeah, in 2019, we took a vehicle trip across the country also after Bonnie did.
That was, it's, I wish I could have delved into Bunny's travels, a 2-month trip, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Cross country.
We did 36 nights for
36 years. Yeah, we
in 2019.
yeah we did. We drove about 7,500 miles. Was gone for 3 weeks.
You guys are
6
way
weeks.
too cute for your own good. You know this.
We had actually we kind of made a big U in the United States. We went out kind of the 40-ish corridor, went it to call it Southern California, and then hit 10 and came back. Went to places that we had never been. We'd never been to New Orleans. We'd never been through really Texas, Austin, and ended up in Fort Lauderdale. We'd never been to Fort Lauderdale. Had a blast in Fort Lauderdale.
I loved Arizona and New Mexico.
Yeah,
Oh,
loved it out. The whole out west experience. We did a bunch of the national parks and state parks. That was a fun trip. In fact, people wonder, how can y'all stay together for 36 straight nights? I mean, it was like, people look at us like, y'all are crazy.
Yeah, one guy said, my wife would kill me before we got halfway through.
Right.
We're like,
But
It's all
we
that-
had a- we had
it's
a
all
real
that
good time,
communication
though.
you guys have been
Yeah, we
excelling
just had
at.
a real good time. It was fun. I mean,
we enjoyed being together.
we had some great dining. We had some great bars. We had some great, hotels and rooms.
Bourbon.
You can't go wrong.
There it
with
is.
some
I knew there was.
bourbon.
There it is. There it is. The secret revealed.
So-
Bourbon on a trip, and we can make it 36
Yeah, we could do
straight
this. We
days.
could do this.
Of course.
But
Now,
no, it was that was probably our last. And fortunately, we had completed that I mean, like I said, that would have been in November, December of 19.
Mhm.
So it was pre any of the COVID.
Right before that,
Really
exploded.
got out there and came back before any of that had happened.
Mhm.
So I'm hoping to retire. Well, I know I'm retiring in December of next year.
Now, you already retired once.
Well, I have.
And they-
Sort of.
I'm hoping to do it again.
Practice makes perfect.
My current plan is to stop working in December of next year. And we were trying originally, I don't know if we're going to still do it now or not. We were going to do that same type of trip, but do it more in the spring because it was cold out west when we went in November, December of 19. So we would like to do that again, maybe in more of the April, May, June, and hit the northern part of the country, the Dakotas, Washington State,
Check out Rushmore.
and not be on a timeline because I truly was. We wanted to do the 36 as a minimum, but I knew I was going back to work. I took off 2.5 months, and but this next time we won't have the window won't be there. We'll be able
There
to
won't be
do
work to return to.
exactly.
So
We
you
The
take
can,
your
window will be
time.
wide open.
we'll be a lot more free.
I'm excited for you guys.
Yeah.
That,
So
that it's lovely to see this kind of passion still, before kids, through kids are gone out of school or college or whatnot. And then not only is it there, but it's flourishing. It continues to grow. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Proud of you guys.
we do. We have a good time. We wish others could enjoy what we enjoy. Because we see couples that are not that happy, and I mean they're surviving and they're doing their thing, but we don't think that they're. I don't think all the buttons are being pushed.
It's one thing to survive. It's another to thrive, which you
Yeah.
guys seem to be doing.
When we go to, when we're invited to weddings, I like to hold their hand and give them a blessing that their marriage will be as wonderful as ours is.
Yeah.
Pass that on, right?
Now, with all this travel, you how much you loved Arizona and kind of that the Southwest. Any thoughts to move? I understand you've been living in the same house that you yourself built for quite a while, or you had some hand in that.
Well, it was built for us. Yes. I have a difficult time. For me, we own it outright. And most especially today, we couldn't replace our house without spending an additional $150,000 or $200,000 to replace it somewhere else. So I have a difficult time walking away from that, knowing I'm getting ready to retire.
In my dream world, yeah, I would pick up our house and the land,
It just
quarter
drop
acre
it
or
on
whatever that's around it and drop it on
20
I don't know,
acres.
100 acres,
Oh, yeah,
whatever,
okay, yeah.
somewhere near the mountains.
20,
In
at
North
20, 100, it's all
Carolina.
the same. It's gigantic quantities of
Yeah,
land.
Exactly.
yeah,
Yeah.
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 But
We do have a nice house, and we've done something to it practically every 3 or 4 years that we've been there. I mean, we've got tremendous landscaping. I mean, most people think when they walk in our backyard that they've walked into
they say it's like a retreat.
it's a retreat. I mean, it truly is just, let's just say that when Herman goes to do something, it's usually done to the nth degree and not just getting it done. And
He doesn't mind spending money.
that's the space that
Herman leaves no stone unturned.
no, and that's the space that we've created. So the house, we really love the house. We love the property. We love what we've done to it. It's just, she wishes she had more acreage to expand her world.
Is there any maybe opportunity or possibility of leaving that house and just finding a second place to live in and owning 2 homes? This way you can always go back to your base in North Carolina that you love and then also have, this Southwest.
I think he knows
bastion.
my sister. I think he knows my sister. I mean, this sounds like my sister. My sister's,
Well, this way you don't have to sacrifice this beautiful home
yeah.
and the landscaping and all the hard work that you put in
Yeah.
over the years,
uh,
3 to 4 years at a time.
I don't know. I would rather, I think if I did anything, I would probably find somewhere that we liked and go there for 3 or 4 months or 6 months and then come back. But you're right. That would be you just kind of detach yourself for a while and then come back to the home base.
Yeah, this
kind
way you
of
don't have
thing.
to sacrifice it. If you
Yeah.
love it so much, then,
Yeah.
why get rid of it?
So we could probably make some of that happen, but I don't know. Every time we talk about it, it don't go anywhere. Maybe that's because of me. I know it is because of me. I know that, but
Can you guys think of some pleasant or lovely memory that whether it's just the 2 of you or with the kids involved, that centers around nudism or being clothes free? Anything that any of you, either of you would like to share or bubble up to the tip of your mind? You guys seem like such a lovely group. I just want to hear as much as I can about you and sure our viewers would as well.
I think, like I said, I can remember, the discussion we had with Bunny of it, where when they are doing some type of
Event?
discussion,
Mhm.
and they would get us together to talk about, and it would have Jim and I and Bunny and the two of us, and Bunny would set up a couple of cameras and be doing it. It wasn't a live type thing, but it was on a topic.
Mhm.
And those we have done multiple times,
Mhm.
at the house, in the space that we have, because Bunny loves that background that we've created. And I've enjoyed all of those that we've done, because I can think of 2 or 3 times specifically that we've engaged in those type of discussions. But again, Bunny was probably the driver,
Mhm.
the catalyst of those things happening. And we just are very supportive of that. And we enjoy it too. I mean, it's not like we're doing it just because, because we enjoy having dialogue and discussion and talking about topics that a lot of people probably do not enjoy talking about. They need to. But
Maybe.
yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I enjoy, since Bunny lives with us, I enjoy when the two of us go outside and we'll do our energy work out there under the trees, bare feet on the ground, half the time naked, depending on the weather. Once in a while, Jim and I joins us, but she lives 30, 45 minutes away.
No. The open lands of Salisbury. That's right.
we're kind of fortunate that the property we are in a subdivision.
Mhm.
We've only got like a 3/4 acre lot, but we've got a privacy fence, and the way that we sit on the elevation
And the trees that
and the
are
trees that we
around.
have, I mean, it's, Bunny is very comfortable going out, as well as the two of them. I mean, well, in fact, for the longest time,
Yeah.
this is probably another experience that we've really not brought up, is
Yeah.
the moon. For the longest time, every full moon, we went outside naked.
The two of us.
Oh, I mean, we would
Get the
do,
moonshine on your skin.
just get the moon rays, and we would do that throughout the year. We did that for a couple of years.
Yeah.
Literally, I mean, it didn't matter the temperature.
Mm.
You could see us run outside when it was 16 degrees, and
run back
this is
in.
so nice,
Yeah.
but we
How
would
do
do
moon
that.
rays feel? How do moon rays feel as opposed to sun rays? And why wait for the moon to be full? It could be almost full.
Well, this is true. I think you'd have to answer that
I've
question,
never
'cause-
never heard of anyone soaking in the moon rays. So I just want to hear all about it while
You should
we have a
try
little
it.
bit of time.
Yeah,
See for yourself.
Yeah.
See if you feel it. See if you like it.
Yeah.
The moon is special. Every human on Earth shares the moon and the sun and the Earth, right? It's just, I don't know. It's
The
a
moon works much better for
beautiful
me
spiritual
because,
thing.
with my white skin and reddish hair and complexion, all I do is burn in the sun. So the sun is not my friend. The moon now, I'm good with that. There's no harm to this body on the moon. So, but that is something from a nude standpoint that should have brought that up earlier.
How did
because
you? Whose idea was that? Did you
I'm pretty
hear
sure
this or see
was
this somewhere?
Willow's. I'm
Did
not
you
sure where it
read
came
this,
from
or-
or what books you read.
It's just
Or
that in studying astrology, I think
Mm.
most people think the moon is kind of magical, right? It's always had this mystery and mystique around it, and different names and different stories in different cultures. And it just seemed right.
yeah.
Let's go get in the moon, Herman. It's full.
Yeah.
It's just,
Sometimes we have to talk each other into it because of the temperature,
yeah.
especially when it was cold. It's like, oh, wait a minute, today's full moon. Really? Yeah. And then one or the other of us will, okay, let's go do it. Let's go do it. Yeah.
Take a
So-
deep breath. It's not like we're jumping in cold water.
Right. So,
Jumping in cold air.
yeah.
Now, growing up, well, rather as the kids were growing up, and I believe when I had, I think it was with you and Bunny, you mentioned how they'd have friends over or whatnot. Were any of the friends that they had bringing into the family home? Did they ever know about your passions and interests for naked lifestyle, or was that shelved completely for the duration while any friends were around? Because that's kind of a question, right?
I
Because
don't know that we would ever hide it.
Right.
I just don't know that we necessarily promoted it unless it was something that Bunny had already enlightened them about.
Well, I think 2 friends came over at one time. You were working, of course. And one of them, Alex, I don't remember how it came up. She started asking questions about things, and I brought out your box, and she closed the door, and she's asking all kind of questions about, well, what do you use handcuffs for, and why do you have this, and what does this do, and
The box.
yeah,
What's
I have
in
a little treasure chest,
it? Okay.
BDSM
for our
stuff.
other
Okay.
lifestyle, and it would be the, let's just say it's the box you would take to the party to prepare whatever. So
The treasure chest.
the treasure chest.
So this is one of Bunny's friends.
And they were in either late middle school or early high school, and I had known Alex for a long time and had seen her walking to her bus stop at middle school. I used to drive a school bus too. And I would always wave. I didn't know her at that time. But even then, she looked to me like she's probably not straight. She probably gets picked on at school. So I'm always say hey to her. And I don't know, that must have touched her, because whenever she found out that I'm Bunny's parent, oh my God, I've seen your mom forever. I love her. Didn't even really know me. So she felt comfortable enough to ask me questions, and
Right.
okay, let's go talk about it if you want to talk about it.
That's nice. It's, just another testament to your level of communication that you can be so frank and candid with people that are just not in your family, people that are close to the family, namely your children's friends.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's lovely. What, do you have any other words of wisdom for our viewers, whether they are parents or parents of nudists or children of nudists, or family of nudists, or anything like that? Any last words that you can share? Granted, you've already given us so many gems, but I want to offer you this formal opportunity
Honest
to our
communication
nudism.tv
is
audience.
honest communication is always important.
And you want to support your children. You want to
Mhm.
help. You as a parent, if you're doing your right thing, you know what they like and don't like, and what they're drawn to versus what you're trying to
What you would like to push them to.
push them toward. So as a parent, I think that's something that parents need to recognize, is that you may want I'm going to use the word daughter, to be a beauty queen, but that may not be what your daughter wants. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So, and I think that's one of the challenges as a parent, is to help promote the child's interest over what yours are. Because, we as a parent are trying to look at financials. We're trying to look at, our
Grades.
our
all the
scope
things.
is seen to be narrowed to a path, and that's not necessarily the child's path.
Mhm.
So my wisdom would be to try to balance that comfortably and not aggressively against what the child would be for their best interest. So I think,
Mhm.
and again, on the nudism thing, don't make that a bad thing. There's
Right.
nothing wrong with, now granted, society is not going to let you take your child out naked,
the park
not
or-
everywhere anyway. But that doesn't mean if your child wants to run around the house naked during the day, what's wrong with that?
We're all born with
You,
a
you know what I'm
body.
saying? In other words, so you can support, if you're interested in nudism, then there's nothing wrong with your child doing it where they can, that's comfortable with them. And you don't have to force them to put clothes on every morning because that's what you want them to do.
No, you're absolutely right. And that's one of the things we're striving to do here at nudism.tv is spread awareness that, living clothes free is just another way of living, just with this, a different kind of freedom. And it
Right.
doesn't, when your clothes come off, it does not mean some sort of sexual thing or some sort of devious activity needs to take place. It's just a natural way of life.
Absolutely.
So your message is one we agree with and one that we hope to continue spreading. Willow and Herman, thank you so much for joining us here in our studio in Cleveland for nudism.tv for our NTR Nudist Talk Radio segment. It was a pleasure to speak with both of you, as well as your children. All of you are bright individuals, and we look forward to spending the next 4 days together, learning more about you and diving deep into some of your interests and passions, hobbies, and well, we just can't wait.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Have a great day. Thank you, everyone watching, and we'll see you next time. Nudist Talk Radio. My name's Eric. Take care.